Evening, everybody. We are going to be doing Industries of Titan tonight, and I realize I was sort of doing. Oh, wow, that sounds. Sorry, I think my mic has been adjusted. I will. This is a little complicated to fix, and I'm sorry I have to whisper, but I don't want to blast everyone out because I think this is already very loud. Okay. Hopefully that will. Excuse me. Okay, hopefully that will be a little more tolerable for everyone. I do apologize. That probably was incredibly loud at the start. But we should be good here. I think I have Microsoft to thank for that, but I think I have Microsoft to. Okay. I really don't like hearing my own voice, but that confirmed it for me. So I was I was kind of havering a little bit as to which game I was going to play. I was very much leaning towards Phantom Brigade, especially because I had such a great time playing it last week. But it did occur to me that with Industries of Titan, we had a lot of setup, but we haven't really had a proper confrontation with the rebels in this current run. And my usual sorry, I'm going to shut up for a second.
Titan. Everyone comes to Titan with a dream. Our moon is one of limitless wealth. There are ancient riches here for those with the strength to claim them. But some dreams start smaller. A better life, more dignity, more comfort. Today, Titan is a place where you can buy those dreams, where anyone can profit.
The exception, thank you for the sub. I think I found out why that didn't trigger.
You have to prove yourself here. Those who settle here take that risk. And without their diligent labor, our power grid would fail. Pollution would overwhelm us. And our trade would collapse. It's hard work, but on Titan, hard work isn't enough. The bold, the strong, those are the people Titan rewards. Those are the ones who see their dreams through. Exceptional people. Friends to the Council. That is why we're giving you this opportunity, Founder. We expect great things from you. Make sure you live up to our expectations.
All right, so the exception, I apologize for not having an alert. I did notice that the alerts thing was muted on my end. Let me just see. I don't think I have the ability to replay subscription alerts again, but let me just take a quick look and see if I can pull it off. Wait, what? It's not giving me any subs that didn't happen. So according to it, nobody's subbed for 16 days. That's clearly not true. Okay. I'm really sorry, the exception. It looks like I may not be able to redo your sub, but please accept my sincere thank you. I know you've been a very long-term and very generous supporter of this broadcast. So sorry I didn't give you the credit as I wanted. Hopefully, though, you've helped me diagnose. So it's been weird. I wonder how long I've actually had that silenced, because there's people who've rated and hosted, and I've been wondering why I haven't been seeing alerts, and that's that's a big reason. But yeah, so I didn't exactly go back on some. I was heavily implying that I was going to do Phantom Brigade, and I really wanted to, because again, I had a great time with it last week, but Intertest Engineer accidentally coming out here. Thank you. Oh god, am I blowing out the... I hope I'm not blowing out the mic again. This level should be fine. But if it's oppressive, please let me know. But yeah, what was I going to say? I opted to do Industries of Titan tonight because in a week it's going to be Titan Tuesday, and there's going to be some big changes that come in, and particularly they're going to be ones based on victory conditions. And so this is really one of the last chances I get to clobber the rebels. On top of that, we've made some, but not like as much progress as I would necessarily want for this save. So I thought, let's give it another shot. There's no guarantee that we're going to see it through to the end here, but we should at the very least be able to go a little bit on the offensive on this map, and maybe on my own time I'll wrap it up or something. I did want to get a couple things out of the way. So first of all, as is, it's always important to say, although I know some of you are going to get tired of hearing it, I have been given a key for this game from Brace Yourself for promotional purposes. That's also true for Phantom Brigade, and so while I am a big fan of their games and I like supporting Canadian developers and such, it is fair to say that this game, that I am playing a copy of the game which was given for promotional purposes, and you may want to discount whatever endorsement I wind up giving accordingly. And I know in some cases one of the reasons why these disclosures are important is because some people do consider the act of playing a game to be an endorsement, and so I think it's worth kind of getting in front of that. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, there's another thing. I didn't want to go too far into it, but a lot of you have requested that I do audiobooks. And while I don't have like a full pipeline or like a release schedule or something like that, I have actually put out the first essay that I've recorded for narration, and it's an essay that I actually had to do in school. I think it was middle school when we read it. It's Jonathan Swift's A Modest Proposal, which is still a favorite of mine. But what I had forgotten, there's one maybe thing I should probably mention. So there's a reason why I'm still not 100% sure whether or not I'm going to put like a big public notification for it on Twitter, because I don't know if this is just not true in the version that I read or if I'd forgotten about it. But I don't know how many of you... So I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with this essay. I don't know how many of you recall or not. There is actually an anti-Semitic bit in it. And it's not essential to the essay, which is, I think, one of the reasons why I'd forgotten about it. But I remember reading the thing. And I was like, oh, man, that is such a drag that's in there. Now, I'm not quite... I mean, there's a whole question about, how do you handle something like that? And in this particular case here, I think the merits of... A Modest Proposal, hold up despite that regrettable passage. the thing is, I don't think you can explain it away with the satire. I think there are comments that you can wave away with satire, but not one of those. But it was a shame because it's like, this is an essay I quite like. I'm a big fan of satire. I'm a big fan of Swift. And then there's this stain on this otherwise wonderful satirical essay. Now that has some implications as far as... and you'll notice, by the way, I'm a little careful in terms of how I use these terms. I don't say it's a little anti-Semitic. It is an anti-Semitic remark. It's, there's no degrees of that. It's totally unacceptable, by modern standards and even by the standards of the day. But it's also very fair to say that Swift, it's interesting to see a work like that because you can sort of see the object of attack. And yet apparently there's this other group which is apparently totally okay to do. Yeah, that's just it, the exception. Like, it's one of the reasons why instead of totally recording something new, I was like, well, this is probably something that most people don't remember. And this is actually one of the reasons why I did decide to do the recording, because instead of just like glossing it over, because at least as far as I'm concerned, we judge Swift on the basis of his words, and that doesn't necessarily always mean the positive ones. So that's kind of why I was, I wanted to be clear in terms of saying it. But for those of you who are kind of curious about the whole business of streaming and things, that actually has some advertising implications. So I do my absolute best to accurately mark the videos that I do. So if we're talking about some heavier content, or if a game is dealing with themes that could be deemed offensive or sensitive, YouTube has essentially put that on the broadcaster to tag them accordingly. And in that particular case, for perfectly reasonable reasons, if you have content like that in a video, it severely limits the kind of advertising you can get. It is possible that there will be no advertising on your video at all. And of course, for me, one of the things I am trying to do with the narration part is to make that something that will generate a little bit of revenue. So clearly, to come out of the gate with something which has a statement that's controversial enough, and rightly so. Like, again, I'm not going to be an apologist for Swift. If nothing else, Swift would be a far better defender of me far better defender than I would. But I don't think that part is excusable, and I think it should be said right there that by recording it, it doesn't mean it's an endorsement of the views. But yeah, it was a weird one, and I think I don't want to spend too much time talking about it because none of this is at all related to Industries of Titan. But it is. It is kind of one of these interesting examples where there's something that I have such a fond memory of, and then just to have it stained by that, that one bit. And of course, for me, a happy occasion of finally being able to sort of promote for some people. It's like, hey, I'm doing an audio recording. This might be your sort of thing. I'm still trying to figure out, like, is that the sort of thing that I want to put out, as a public tweet, because I know everybody's going to feel a little bit differently about how you read like old books. Do you, what can you say? Do you try and, adjust what's been written? And I'm certainly not equipped to handle those really well. So in this case here, like, it's something that's available, but because I put in the description that, probably this is a great example of where you should exercise a bit of discretion in terms of what you're listening to. I sort of thought, well, maybe let's not go out the gate with that. But on the other hand, too, like, it's not the focus of the essay, and I don't want to completely shut it down either. Because, as you say, the exception, it's a classic. It's one that I studied in school. It's one that I still think holds up as a wonderful example of satire, but I now need to put the conditional on it as saying it is a wonderful example of satire despite obviously a bigoted view inside of the essay itself. So with that in mind, I know some of you are interested in hearing me read that. For those of you that would like to hear a reading of A Modest Proposal. It's there. As far as I can tell, it's not the only one on YouTube. It looks like there's actually quite a few people who've done free recordings of A Modest Proposal. And if that is the sort of thing, maybe not the content, but if the if that is the sort of stuff you'd like to see more from me, I'm actually very open to feedback, because I really don't know what goes into a very good narration. I've had a few ideas in terms of reading A Modest Proposal, but the whole point of this sort of thing is that someone is not going to be able to hear my views on why I recorded it the way that I did. People are going to experience it, and they're going to say, I liked that thing, or I didn't like that thing. And I am trying to improve as far as just being able to do some stuff that that people want to see or hear in this particular case. I do actually know the next couple of things that I'll be recording, and I'm really hoping that I get them done in time. But a little bit like the choice to record A Modest Proposal. Hey, thank you, Night Valiant. Did you get a chance to see the... I mean, if you guys want it, I can give you the link. Like I said, it's because I discovered, or rediscovered, I suppose, something really unfortunate about the thing that I was reading. I was more reluctant to blast it out in the world without the appropriate caveat, I suppose. By the way, that is not an easy one to read at like a steady pace. There is some very, very tangled sentences in that. But yeah, there's the video for those of you who would like to hear me doing the closest thing we currently have to an audiobook reading. But yeah, anyways, I didn't want to distract too much from Industries of Titan, but I know that has been a really, really common really common request, and I'm hoping to do more of it. As always, no promises. But if I can get better, I'd really love to do more. And let me just take a quick second here and shout out Night Valiant. Night Valiant seems to have just finished Front Mission, which is, I don't know, some pixel art Phantom Brigade clone, and he's now on to Into the Breach, which is the other pixel art Phantom Brigade clone. But he's been a lot of fun to watch. He is a soft-voiced Brazilian streamer. He is much more regular in his broadcasts, both in terms of quality as well as the number of days that he streams. But he also just gets through stuff a lot faster than me. He plays lots of really cool indie games, not exclusively indie games, but definitely a lot of really good indie games. And I don't know. For those of you who haven't checked him out yet, I definitely think he's a good choice to visit. Anyways, we are going to continue the story of Monarl Construction. Thanks to the high demand for custom ship designs, aeronautical engineers are one of Titan's most prestigious careers. They are followed closely by test pilots, though given the high mortality rate, it's difficult to call that role a career. And of course, I believe this first sentence is the reason why we see... sorry, what was it? I believe basically this first sentence is more or less the story that we see at the start of Industries of Titan. You did Into the Breach perfectly last night. You are John Gamer's Man, Tactical Man. I mean, Pixar, it didn't happen, Night Valiant. I didn't see you do perfect Into the Breach. Actually, I don't know if you've checked out Brian on the Rocks, but he is somebody who... he's definitely somebody who is a big fan of Into the Breach. I am told that Into the Breach is designer porn, but I don't know what that means. Like, I kind of know what that means, but I also don't. So, oh boy. Okay, so I left myself a nice big disaster. We are upgrading the conversion center. We are just about to have a rebel wave. We've got 2 little ships I believe we've got a turret down somewhere. Yeah. We've got too much trash in the residential area. So obviously defense is priority number 1 right now. But let's also start working on the ship. Now, do I have a blueprint for this already? Apparently I do. It's going to take us a while to build, but... But we also just got a bunch of time because we took away a bunch of isotopes. So yay me. So if we do that... It wasn't the Harpagus. No, it was the Cathartes. So if we do that again... Well, if we do that again, we're going to run out of minerals, but let's still run with it. Okay, in the meantime, where am I going to get more minerals from? Because we've currently got somebody working in the mine. I don't feel like we should be... Like, we've got so many patches here that we can be digging up. I'm a little surprised that we don't have that already, so... This thing was for waste, right? Yeah, so... I may have to adjust the work from home setup. I think we were talking about this before, adjusting the work from home setup so we could just have roads running by. But too many citizens dying. But again, this may also be a labor problem. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to upgrade this conversion center. Nope, sandstorm? Yes. I'm trying to... So, I'll admit, this. First of all, the sandstorms look cool, and I think stuff looking cool is as good of a reason as anything for it to be in Industries of Titan, right? This game is so beautiful. It sounds great, too. Obviously, getting to hear the douche, douche, douche bit is great. Obviously, my sense of rhythm is completely off, but nope, we are not going to have that thing ready in time. Although maybe I've got a... I do have a conversion capsule. But yeah, so, I mean, sandstorms on their own look very cool. One of the challenges that I'm encountering with these, though, is I'm not 100% sure what to do about it. Like, I'm not... I'm not sorry, I'm not being very articulate by what I mean. Reduced visibility, so during the sandstorm, I can still see within my own territory. What I can't do is see as far out on the edges, right? So I can't see this, this ship, for instance. Now, to a certain extent, if it's in the middle of the attack, that can actually be a huge problem, because then I'm not sure how to direct my resources. Speaking of, maybe once we're at 99%, we'll get that thing ready to go. But I do need to sound the alarm, but I don't want to be too quick on it because I'm not quite in a position to be able to. I don't know, like, I'd rather have the workers available till the bitter end. All right. This is the bitter end. So I can turn stuff down if I have to. Well, it's currently a sleep cycle, so let's put some of the strain off the batteries, and then when it's time for work, we can send it back. But yeah, so essentially what I'm trying to say here is that it's not 100% clear to me, like, in the situation where I'm trying to organize my defenses.
You will tire of fighting me long before I tire of coming after you, Council sympathizer.
So if I couldn't figure out where the attackers are coming from, if there was a sandstorm right now, this could actually be very difficult for me. But it's a little funny to just see, you know, the only threat coming from sandstorms being, you know, being the consequences for, how do I put it, like that seems to be a very narrow place for the threat to come. Where's the other? There we go. So I'm gonna do something a little different here. I'm gonna try and lure them into. Gotcha. Or maybe not. Okay, let's just go straight for the guns right now. It does seem like we're getting a little roughed up here, so let's just make sure everything's working the way it's supposed to. Oh no, we're fine. So there's really only one... Oh, neat! I don't think they had these fire effects before. That looks really good. Okay, so we've neutralized the threat there. But yeah, so I'll confess, I guess during the sandstorms the mobility is a little bit lower as well. But ultimately I'm still trying to get a proper read on exactly what role the sandstorms are playing, I guess, for lack of a better term. So I'm wondering whether or not it's a good idea, or like, given the fact that given the fact that the people who are working the weapons are sort of slowly being not picked off, but like they're being pulled away for other repair duties. I'm wondering if there's some value in focusing down one of their weapons. We seem to be doing okay. If nothing else, we've got the turret backing us up here. And if we can get another shot off from... Man, this is definitely different. The ship combat is really looking great. Yeah, I'm just... There we go. I'm just trying to have faith in the continual pummeling of the enemy's hardware. I realize Night Valiant is a man of culture with regards to subset games, might particularly like this approach to combat. All right. It's not completely... I'm not going to completely abandon my my needs. Oh dear. So we've got a work cycle going, but right now the all the residential areas are completely overwhelmed with garbage. So right now I'm just gonna wait for the turret destroyers to become available. I'm fine just letting this run by on its own time. Once we are able to launch either the Piebald Anthe or we don't have a name for this yet. Once this thing's ready to launch, I think we're going to start taking it to the rebels. We've got 6 camps we need to take out still. But it would be nice to have sort of like a full-strength fleet, and part of that's going to involve also getting workers to be in the ships. I'm also a little concerned at the fact that we don't seem to be getting any more minerals. Wonderful work, Founder. It's good to see those rebels crushed.
You can hurt us, even destroy us, but you cannot kill our desire for freedom.
I'll settle for killing you. Okay, once that thing's staffed up, we'll launch it and get some repairs in, and then we're going to start hunting some rebel bases. But yeah, so this is kind of what I'm talking about here, right? Like this looks amazing, and I'm sure everybody who are big fans of Dune will like it as well. But I'm trying to think, the slower workers. I think sure I can sort of understand that, but I'm not 100% sure on what the full purpose of it is. Although, given that we do have this severely reduced capacity for citizens, I am sort of wondering if maybe I should just, or not just, the capacity is because of the residential. I'm wondering if maybe I should just demolish this thing and build a road to it. Maybe that'll happen after we get rid of this minerals patch. What I should double check though is, all right. So get rid of that. We can get rid of that. Oh, no, I can't do that yet. And then I've completely shut off the mineral processor. Should probably get that back on. We just spent a whole lot on some ships. Oh hey, and these are done. Okay. I'm really insistent on getting rid of relays that I need, apparently. I don't know if it needs to be powered for people to take out the goods, but at this point it makes as much sense to leave it there. Okay, this thing's ready to launch. So I apparently have room for 40. Oh, that's because of the conversion center. So yes, let's get those numbers back up. Yeah, that's occupied as well. So cash-wise, this is going to be a bit painful. with what we've been given. Now, there's an open question as to whether or not we're going to be able to afford this blueprint. Yeah, so that needs 61 tier 3s. We're not even remotely close to that. It'd be kind of nice if we could partially build, but obviously we've got a huge shortfall as far as workers are concerned, so I'm just going to focus on what I can do, which is to repair and launch what I can. So we're going to be... Holy crap. Okay, we're apparently still going to be earning money. We're actually in the black based on that work cycle. So this is a great reason why getting rid of work from home in favor of some highways would be a bad idea. So in principle, this should be enough for us to actually start beating up on the rebels a little bit. I'll maybe try and be a little more... I'll try and be a little more cautious on this. I should also be focusing on getting some more artifacts. So yeah, there's quite a few things I want to do. One is, actually, if I recall correctly, I think I had said that I was going to try and get a command center down here so that I could start exploiting the mineral node. Clearly I didn't do that because I wanted to exploit these mineral patches first. But I think, I do think I need to start working on that sooner rather than later. We are starting to fill up our employees again, although we're now less than 1,000 earning... Sorry, we're earning less than 1,000 each time. Now, one thing I can do is give a higher priority to cleanup. I'm going to have faith that my workers are going to know, like, that the game is ultimately going to be making the right choices for my workers moving forward, and so I'm not going to intervene. Hey, how you doing, Brace Yourself Games? Oh, bless your hearts. Okay. My goodness, has it really been 9 months? You guys are incredibly generous for continuing to do that. I'm feeling quite good. I was actually going to ask. There's not a. I should have just asked directly, but there isn't like a very subtle way of doing it. But you have an idea of at least how I spent some of my vacation. But I wasn't 100% sure if I should talk about that or not. So if it's okay to talk about, then I can spill the beans. If that's just supposed to be for me, then I can totally leave everybody. Go for it. Okay, so here's a reason why I think Brace Yourself Games are the bee's knees. One of the reasons why I one of the reasons I went to Vancouver was they invited me to their Halloween party, which, me being who I am with very small ambitions, I'm imagining this as a very small scale affair, and I get a chance to sort of, put some faces to games and understand what's going on. Turns out it's actually a really big deal. But on top of that, they actually let me see the Brace Yourself offices where this game is being made. And it was basically like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. It was, a land of pure imagination. No, there's always that saying, don't meet your heroes. I think this wound up being unintentionally a backhanded compliment, but the Brace Yourself office was cool in all of the ways that you would expect the Brace Yourself office to be cool. Everybody was incredibly nice, first of all, and I think that comes across on the Discord and the just the general atmosphere from the community that they've built. And again, I really need to stress this sort of stuff. That doesn't happen by accident. But on top of that, I got to see a little bit. So it was everything like. There's so many little details just in terms of that office that sort of really communicate. Like I've talked often how this developer sort of seems to be punching above their weight just in terms of the idea of how much stuff winds up going into, goes into these updates, and that these updates have without fail come in every month. And it really, like, just in terms of the place where it's working, as where they're all working, in addition to just the people behind the games, like, you can really see that I think part of that success is just because there's a lot that has been put into the idea of hiring very, very good people, regardless of background, just basically let people be excellent. And, yeah, it was just really neat to be able to sort of see that live. Because again, like, it's when I play something like this, it's magical fairies that just kind of deposited on my hard drive, and I get to send all capital letters bug reports when I lose. But again, just universally, everybody I met there was super nice. Actually, one thing that was kind of cool was when I got to visit the when I went to the Halloween party. So I had a name tag which has my real name on it, but there's a little hint as to who I am on the name tag. So one of the things that I enjoyed doing was that I'd either introduce or give a nod to someone who had not seen me when I visited their office, and then just the sudden look of realization on people's faces when when they found out who I was. So. Because it's the same thing for me. Like I know I don't have a camera, and the thing that's funny is that I've got just this absolute hideous beard right now, which is not how I normally look. So I think anybody who did meet me on that Vancouver trip is going to be utterly shocked when they see me from the from how I normally look. But yeah. Anyway, sorry, I'm babbling on. Yeah. So were my friends, actually. It's because there are a couple of ways that people can know what I look like, but yeah, it's just one of these things. Like, it started because of the lockdowns, and I mean, I'm not gonna have too many opportunities to just let it get really wretched. So you beard, you would, yeah, no, it's very out of character for me, the exception, and it turns out they're a lot harder to maintain than you would think. I just kind of assumed that they're a wonderful way of not having to pay for razors or whatnot, but yeah, no, they're tricky. Some people actually really like it. They're like, no, you should keep it, and I'm like, well, I'll keep it because it's a commit. It's a commitment, right? You need to, if you're gonna do that, make sure you'll run it for as long as you can. But I'm definitely ready. Need beard oil, beard comb to dry for. Oh man, dry it, trim it, oil. Yeah. I've kind of sort of got trimming, but I didn't realize there's all that maintenance still. Anyways, this should be about Brace Yourself. But yeah, no, they were easily. So, I mean, one thing to keep in mind is that there are friends who I'd not seen in Vancouver for 5 years. And so I was incredibly happy to see them as well. But by far, Brace Yourself Games was a major highlight of that trip. And even in the way that, like, you would expect, getting a chance to meet people who make stuff that you think is cool and hear their ideas about things. And, all of that was as interesting as you would imagine that it would be. And yet, they also managed to outdo themselves. Oh yeah, I should also communicate. They're very good at Smash, and I have never played Smash until then. And now I am going to. Oh, the exception. Thank you so much. Thank you again for the resubscription. But yeah, so once my debts and businesses is sort of taken care of, I will be buying a Switch and I will be training. And one day I will return to Vancouver, and there's going to be a big, I'll rent a movie theater, and we're going to put that up on the big screen, and the destruction of Ryan Clark will be there in IMAX for all to see. Yeah, Ryan is the final boss of Smash for me. Got 2 stars. Oh, well done. Yeah, I had to feel a little bad because he's obviously very clearly very good at the game, and I was trying as much as I could to not be an anchor. But yeah, no, you guys. Sorry, obviously, even though this was a while ago, and I should be showing off your really cool game. That was definitely a really, really wonderful. Well, 2 really, really wonderful experiences. Based on a trip that was full of just like tons of other great stuff that was happening. Like, to give you an example, I sent something off to James, where the one thing I've learned is there's always tinkering that I can do, but it's like I wanted to at least lock in what I had originally had planned to sort of send off before going on the trip. But I got to meet up with one of my classics profs on between arriving and before the party, and there's a data thing that I'd sort of been kicking around related to classical studies, and I finally, apparently, like, me getting in the room and explaining what this thing was really the difference to bring it over. And, after I kind of talked about this overall idea and some of the data stuff I was working with, there's kind of this silence over the room for a little bit. And I get this nice, question is like, is there anything we can do to, like, help you realize this? And I was like, oh, this is awesome. But of course now I've gone from, like, one set of data things that I was going to do to now lots of data things. And work is actually sort of ramping up a little bit, so now I need to be a bit better at my time management and getting all those things done. But anyways, I now have sort of multiple dimensions over which I can sing the praises of Brace Yourself Games. They are incredibly nice and thoughtful and generous people. They make wonderful games, and ones that I'm never really going to get tired of playing and talking about. I even wound up reloading. I've never uninstalled it, but I wound up reloading Crypt of the Necrodancer and finally trying to get through the 4th stage. Now I get to sort of talk about some of the people that I got to meet, and that was it. There were other people that I met too, but I don't want to make it entirely about my trip. Oh, that would be wonderful. I'm glad I didn't turn it. Actually, the one thing I gotta try and figure out is how to lock Ryan into a game of Netrunner, because I have a bunch of Netrunner cards, and from what I understand, the cards that you have there are his, but it's the same problem that I like. The one drawback about physical gaming is that it discriminates against the lonely. So I have these stacks of cardboard to mess around with, but I don't necessarily have people to directly play. So this will be my chance. He can have Smash, and then I will be the Netrunner maven. Okay, I'm trying to decide whether or not we need to crush the rebels are not. First thing we need to do is start refilling our residential areas, because we've got the space, and I am going to be making some more workers. So let's try and find some artifacts too. Actually, the Obsidian Ruins would help me both with expansion plans and with securing high quality materials. Also, I wanted to work out where I'm putting my storage for the... I guess I'd put it in this large ruin. Yeah, there we go. There's my artifacts. Oh, actually, there is one other sort of minor Brace Yourself anecdote I'll share. It turns out that one of the people at Brace Yourself was actually involved. So some of you will know that I don't play a Brace Yourself... Well, I'll play like less of a Brace Yourself game on the second Wednesday of every month because of a local game dev collective in Ottawa. It turns out that somebody at Brace Yourself is actually involved with, or was involved with that group. So I got to report back, and everybody was first said hi, and then second was talking about all the cool stuff that Brace Yourself Games is doing. So I feel good being a complete sellout, because I'm not the only one who thinks that they're the bee's knees. Okay, so I remember I had a path that I wanted to go through here, but I don't remember what it was last stream. Also, I really want to get this storage taken care of. So the influence cap is tempting. Fuel silo does have its uses, but it's not the most important one for me right now. Truck pollution would be helpful, but I'm in a spot where I can replace the citizens. Lots of opportunities to get the tickets. Oh yeah, okay, we got the Gatling gun. I should probably add one of those to a ship so I can practice with it. An energy depot wouldn't be terrible. Oh, yes. Okay, we'll definitely do the generator first. That's one thing that'll be coming, I think, in next week's update, is an audio reminder when your tech is done. Okay, in the meantime, the ruins have been taken down, so we can build a storage facility for isotopes. And we'll double it up because we can. And once again, we're at the question, do I want to spend up for... Yeah, we're so close, but unless I have... It's an all or nothing proposition. You can't partially build a blueprint. So what are my workers up to right now? Well, I do have people working on construction, so... The other thing I'm going to do here is... It says 24 CUs, so we'll spend... We've got more space for employees, so I might as well take the opportunity. We are, however, running short on energy. So the question is, let's wait for the work shift to finish. Once it's done, then we can turn off the offices and the residential. Once they start working in the... the happiness, we probably won't just be able to kick people out of their houses while we do a power upgrade, but I'm a terrible boss, so I totally can do that right now. And we'll upgrade the energy plant to sort of deal with the anticipated deficit. We don't actually have a problem with it right now. In fact, while I'm at it, I'm trying to think why wouldn't I want to extend this storage facility? There's a side of me that thinks that I can probably just run in and demolish the base. I'm turning them all off, aren't I? Do I even have this hooked up to a grid? I do, but that's gonna cost a lot of energy. Yeah, so we're already draining batteries. I don't want to mess with my work setup right now. So I will, I'll get the maximum number of workers that I can working on all this. Let's also do as many conversions as we can. We're probably going to run out of artifacts before I can get as many as I want, but I'll live with that. That also is kind of running counter to the idea of extracting these obsidian ruins. But obviously the more workers I have, the more kind of waste I clean up, the more resources I generate. Overall, it's a good place to be. And how are we for tier 1 minerals? We are starting to test the edge of what we've got, so part of that will be solved by just extracting these ruins, but again, I do want to get the mineral node up and running sooner rather than later. How's the pollution, by the way? Yeah, we're doing a fine job of ruining this beautiful planet. And of course, with the new technology, you will notice that the tools to deal with pollution are not available. You actually need to research them. Once the conversions are done, we'll upgrade this to tier 3, and then we'll just max out the number of employees we can have running around. We're going to be fine as far as credits are concerned. If anything, I'll take some of that surplus and buy up some more ships, but that's a tomorrow me problem. I've got a few other more pressing matters. You can tell I'm really itching to go after these rebels. The thing is that we're already at 38 threat, and as soon as I start blowing up their base, that's going to really annoy them. And so, by doing that, I need to prepare myself for the counterattack. And if I'm weakened when the counterattack comes, that's gonna go very, very poorly for me. We've got a lot of idle workers. It really makes me want to turn on this factory. Okay, you know what? I'm going to do something stupid. So we've got enough workers that this shouldn't be down too long. Well, I say that, but... I guess we can turn off the shipyards for a little bit. I don't really want to turn off any of the other things, though. Oh, there is no way this thing is going to last. This was not the right call. Yeah, they're slowly shutting everything down. But I mean, the decision has been made. I'll probably just go up to level 3 at this point then. Like we didn't explode with the loss of the power plant, so. Although at 1.6k minerals, I'm gonna guess that we can probably build up the ship when the time comes. This number should also go up once the power plant's ready to go. It's really easy to get used to having things like batteries and the option to build them whenever you want. But it's actually wound up making... God, I really need to build a turbine in this area. I didn't realize I had a relay here. Oh yeah, so this activated tank's a great one. So not only does it store fuel, but it generates extra zethane, or zethane. Okay, we're at 101, so that might be enough to support the full factory. Again, normally I wouldn't need this many isotopes, but we've got a ton of slots available for our workers, so might as well, right? It's just going to make it all the more painful when I have to take this thing down for... Oh, we're on leisure, so now is a really good time for me to do that. So again, turn off everybody's houses and offices. Oh wow, we're still running short on power. Well, I mean, that's the consequence of that factory. But we should be able to pay for, yes, our HQ masher. My regret here is that I will not be able to put a Gatling gun on this, but that's just an excuse for us to build another it's an excuse for us to build another shipyard. So this may not be clear why I turned on that factory and then just turned it off again. It's not actually about the power, although obviously that is a nice side effect of it. It's so I can take all of the workers who are employed. So this is obviously I am very happy with this factory layout. There's other this is not 100% done yet. There's some storage containers that I can put down and all of that, but this is obviously this is something that I put some thought into. But it does have some drawbacks, right? Like, if you're not actually generating that many resources, dedicating, I guess it's 8 employees to refining, in this case, isotopes, which is all about upgrading buildings, that's maybe not the best use of your workforce. So there's some assumptions that are being made in terms of where you are in the game. It's one of the reasons why you might have noticed when I do these basic, in this case we've called this work from work, this setup, I'm not putting, this is usually a little bit more of a temporary setup, just because usually what will happen now is I'm going to wind up moving these workers to dedicated mineral and isotope buildings. So it's not that I don't like the design anymore, it's just that in some cases one thing I've been trying to do is as you can see, we're really productive when I turn that factory off. One of the things I'm trying to recognize is that there's no real penalty to building something and then dismantling it in Industries of Titan. And one thing I can do is make my enterprise a little bit more nimble by, taking advantage of that and, not committing myself to sort of a massive floor plan based on the fact that it just happened to be 2 tiles that were available at the very beginning of the game. This thing ready to launch yet? We can turn on the residential areas, though. Actually, we'll still keep that one off because the the ship's not done. But yeah, science-wise, I need to start thinking of ways to handle pollution, because getting rid of work from home and maybe clearing out the headquarters of offices and such, that will help me a little bit with the overall health of the employees. But we do really need to find ways of handling the health of the workforce. It's a neat choice, right? Because it's a little bit like you've all seen me just not pay my workers so that I can buy trucks that I don't need. You can actually have a very similar kind of decision with the science lab. Because this stuff takes a while to research. Obviously you can build improvements and all of that, but are you going to give up your artifacts so that you can, so here's a great example, right? I can get a 10% resource patch harvesting rate, keeping in mind that also will open up a tile with which I can build additional buildings, improve my ability to acquire resources. I don't know if I don't actually think I have anything that's good for, this sort of helps. Truck pollution minus 10%. I don't think I have the fan or the... Yeah, it looks like I don't have access to those techs yet. But as you can see, right, there's a time cost, there's an artifact cost, and it comes down as you can get the Gatling gun, or you can make sure that, your employees, stop smoking in their office to improve the air quality. And it's, generally because of, the fact that I'm a really terrible person, I am not always inclined to treat my employees well, right? I'm no, I want the Gatling gun. You can have cleaner air if you get on a ship and start firing at the enemy. This is the appropriate and mature reaction. Anyways, now that we are hopefully going to be drowning in isotopes, let's start. If anything, I need more pollution from trucks. And let's also get better fuel turbines. He's gone drunk with power. We're already at a level 3 smokestack, so what else can I upgrade recklessly? Probably my storage, really. Actually, now would be a really good time to upgrade my offices and residential too. We'll wait till we're done researching with the science lab, especially because I think I'm going to find that I don't have as much. I'm probably not going to have as much power as I think I do. Okay. So there's got to be a specific... Come on. That's a giant wasp? Oh man. That's a good name for a ship. Okay, I wasn't expecting there to be two. Hey, they were doing a good job there. Let's just... Oh yeah, Brisa, I'm sorry, I'm not sure when you head back. Were the fire effect? I probably should have just checked the patch notes, but were the fire effects added since Titan Tuesday? Because I've started to notice all of the damage to this stuff is amazing, and I don't remember noticing it. Maybe it was just because I haven't done encounters. I did not realize they had a med pod up there. Drat. It got away. Anyways, it's a great touch, and I feel like a bonehead for not noticing it if that's indeed what happened. Okay, okay, we're back online. Piebald Anthe is definitely feeling the pressure. I think we'll be fine. What I can do then... This ship's definitely getting the worst of it. So the hope is that we can rotate out... the hope is that we'll be able to rotate out a couple of these ships. You lucky, lucky worker. Okay, so we've taken out the crew. Oh crap! Get out of there, my friend! Oh god! Oh no, this is a disaster! Alright, so this ship did something very nasty to me. So I wonder if I can... Alright, there we go. We can start focusing on it again. Actually, you know what? Let's be merciless. Let's go for the... Oh! God, I love these effects. Yeah, and I don't know when they came in, but they're really fun to watch. And remember how we said that the rebels were going to get really annoyed? Well... we basically hit that moment. Let's try and get a read on where they're going. No! Hold still! We still need to actually take out the HQ on this thing. I'm very...
Watch me as I find every weak point, every shaky foundation, every miserable little structure in your city, and tear it all down.
We won't give them that chance. Battle stations, Founder.
This is going to be hard to figure out which ones are part of the... I guess the Rainbreaker would be part of the invasion force. Or I'm going to try and hold the line as long as I can to get everything repaired. Because we're going to be in rough shape if we try and take them with half-built ships. Oh, this is nice. They're already scrambling. Okay, so... Actually, here's what we're going to do. 2 dedicated to the... We'll have 2 dedicated to the weapons. We won't let up on that. Okay, what's getting threatened now? I am totally fine with that defensive turret being attacked because we'll have our own people to come back and protect us. And the Piebald Anthe will be ready to go in a little bit, as will the Sanguine Aegir, but I have a feeling that they're probably going to be a little less effective against the rebels. Okay, looks like they're probably going to get chased down by the... Nope. Okay. That's fine. So we're going to run ahead and... I'm actually going to go after the HQ here. So I don't think this is necessarily going to be able to survive on its own. It's doing a very capable job, but I do want to get the the heavy ship on it. So this absorbs pollution, but I'm going to bet that it also absorbs the zethane, or zethane. So again, I got a worker that's already repairing this defense turret, but I still like to imagine that this is the end of aliens. Oh my god, this thing does so much damage. You know what? Hit him in the life support. I am really, really short on artifacts. I should have got these obsidian ruins. Okay, well there's something I can do to fix that. Let's donate credits. And the good news here is that most of the fighting is actually taking place over enemy-held territory, so we're going to be in pretty good shape as far as the... Actually, I'm going to move this one out. The Piebald Anthe really hasn't taken any damage, so...
My pride more than my people. I will not let this stand.
So this is just so that we can get some repairs in. If the rebels have pride, they have a funny way of showing it. Good job, Founder. Alright. Again, name of the game right now is repairs. I also need to try and get myself up to a level... There we go. Please tell me they're not building a turret. Nope, we seem to be fine. Okay, so where we can, let's get the repairs in. there's a very strong argument for trying to build another... Oh, I didn't realize I can do a level 3. I should get on that. Oh, no I shouldn't. I need more power. I suppose we can entomb the shipyard. But is that connected to the grid? That will be that isn't. So I believe there was a rebel camp down here. It doesn't hurt to have a little scouting. Oh, okay. They just got a fresh, new, and scary, scary ship. So. The plan is more or less going to be the same one. The two Goshawks are going to be screening ships, and their main job isn't even necessarily to win the fight, although certainly with a little bit of management they can do the trick. The bigger deal for us is simply being able to get the larger ships in place to take out the defenses. So it's really more about lasting rather than having. I mean, it'd be wonderful if I had a fully equipped nightmare fleet to crush the rebels with, but it's actually not necessary. Okay, so we could improve employee movement speed. Just trying to think of what the most immediate... Council trade ticket would be good for the influence. Oh, we haven't researched fuel silo yet, that's why. Okay. This might possibly be two different camps. Okay. I can't remember if they've talked about this. It'd be interesting if you could get a sensor improvement on your ship. Oop. So basically you can stop that from happening. Actually, here's what we're going to do. We're going to run these ships in right away. Again, we got to make sure that these are screeners. Okay. And again, the aim here is just to extend the length of the combat, not necessarily to win it. So of course now we've got two massive ships flattening this turret, so we're in a good spot. Although again, we're gonna really annoy the rebels on this one, so it's possible there will be consequences. We've got quite a bit on our plate right now, but I'm going to start by building the command center. Now, this is not even remotely close to prime time. We need to get it. We need to get it energy and such, but at least get the foundations down. I'm going to do something a little weird. I'm actually going to take the... I'm going to take my HQ killer ships. Oh, yeah, I'm going to need to... I'm just going to need to get more bodies in here just so that we can not get wiped out by everyone. We've still taken out the turret, but... Okay. This is a little excessive, but... And at this point, we're really just kind of relying on superior targeting of their sensitive systems. Eventually, we're going to change dance partners. So if I've got a case where one of the ships has taken out the crew, so like this is a great example of a ship where I really feel like a smaller craft should be handling this fight. Actually, how much you want to bet I can rearrange this? Nice. Ooh, that was not a welcome surprise. Okay, let's get some repairs in. I actually could use the sensor range, so I'm wasting all my artifacts on it, but that's... in that case, that was a price I was willing to pay. Am I not targeting? I mean, once we wipe out the crew, that's something one of my lighter ships can take care of. We lost an employee. That's possibly on... Yeah, I think they got hit in their life support. That's rather unfortunate. So that wasn't just one loss. That was a whole crew, or a whole sort of segment of a crew. So we're going to need to get replacements in the conversion center for that, and for that I'm going to need more. I'm going to need more artifacts. So donate some credits. So that's some pretty valuable intel there. We know we're going to have 2 turrets, so it's going to be like the previous base we tried to take out. This is probably not something that we want to do just before a. Just before another invasion. I think I'm gonna switch things around a little bit. Giant Wasp is going to need to go back home just to get a new crew anyway. This thing's basically a ghost ship, so we're fine there. I was gonna try and get more workers, but it occurs to me that right now artifacts are the bigger priority, and at some point I do need to put down an energy pylon to feed the command center. So these ruins might be good for that too. If I upgrade it, it'll probably give me enough for all the territory I need. So once this thing goes up, we're going to dock it at Shipyard 2 just so that we can get some replacement bodies. Okay. So the repairs aren't even all that important, but I do want to have a full staff, particularly because we don't have enough people for the guns if we don't do that. Okay, we're ready to go with the Risen Hyena. So the Risen Hyena, I'm actually okay sending them after the Rebel HQ. Because that'll give the Piebald Anthe a chance to repair. Okay, so let's see if we can... I want to pick a fight, but I want to pick a fight out of range of the turret. I don't think that's true that there's no enemy in range. Interesting, so I wonder what that... I was scared that was going to happen. Interesting. Okay, I'm going to get a little reckless on this. So they just don't count at all, huh? Okay, well, I mean, I did say I had a plan, so... The other bit of good news is that with the approach that we took, we kind of took out all the defenders for this area. It actually makes me think that maybe building a third shipyard... Well, we're not going to have the minerals to be able to build another... turret killer, so let's get that pylon down for starters. This thing's going to be upgraded all the way because eventually this is going to power the mining operations and such. It also means that I need to find a way of getting the roads kind of where they need to be. Maybe we do Spike work from home. Doesn't seem to be occupied right now. Well, all that much. So if it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, and then we've got 28 slots available. So we are definitely going to create some homelessness if we... Okay, no, I can just build a road network around it. It does mean, though, that I'm going to need to get more influence. Okay, should have been repairing this one. This one's ready to go. Oh! Wrong button. Alright, well, I wonder if the headquarters went up or not. So that kind of answers whether or not I'm going to... So I really wanted to clear this one out. But if I do that, I'm going to have a weakened... Oh, I'm going to have a weakened force. Do they have a full... I don't think they have a full crew. Just trying to see if there's any other upgrades I can do right now, because we're kind of laughing as far as the isotopes are concerned. I guess I could try upgrading the mine, but that was more of an old-fashioned way of looking at my workforce. We're pretty locked up as far as jobs are concerned right now. So I will build another conversion center, but we're not quite ready for that yet. Okay, do you have a full crew? No, you do not. So let's get 3 more bodies in there. Figure it can't hurt to upgrade the science lab now. And you definitely believe me when I say that the temptation to take out this camp is immense. But I'm trying to be disciplined because we do have an attack that's imminent. We actually don't have a fully repaired defense force either, so that should give me another reason not to get too eager to jump in. Okay, I think we're ready to do something approximating infrastructure to the new mine.
Wouldn't this all be so much easier if you just laid down your guns and let us take you? No? Very well, let's fight.
I'm sorry, Bahar, are we boring you? Okay, one's coming from the north. That's a little one though, so... Giant Wasp will intercept the Rainbreaker, so I guess we will send the little one off to... Hey, we could probably turn on the alarm, huh? No enemy in range again? What's going on? Ooh, shields. Alright. We're gonna call this a system shock strategy, where you just ignore the fact that they've got shield generators and hope for the best. Oh, I didn't staff the energy plant. And somebody's attacking us. Sorry, I need to figure out... Oh! Okay. Hammer time. So, we've got the Giant Wasp hitting the Rainbreaker. We've got the Piebald Anthe taking the Light of Rhea. Hammer is uncontested. Sanguine Aegir is in repair. There it is. Okay. Ooh, that's a big gun. Might have taken on a little more than we're ready for. Now this is an interesting problem. So these two ships kind of seem to be ignoring each other. This might have some implications, so if this thing doesn't actually wind up attacking anything... Okay, there we go. So part of the priority here is to get the big ships repairing immediately so that we can take this next rebel camp. Oh, keep losing employees. This is a much more dangerous one. So I think let's try and get a... let's upgrade our energy plant first. And then let's try and get another conversion center down. That was not a good use of isotopes. Alright. Oh, I should have checked to I don't think we have a full crew for that ship. Okay, I'm gonna see if we can tease the... Huh. That's as close as I'm gonna get. Okay, they're all ready to go. Oh, we only have one crew member on this. I need artifacts. So most of this is just laying the foundations for our third ship. Hey, Uncle Cranky, how you doing? For those of you who don't know him, Uncle Cranky is a New Zealand-based streamer. He's kind of done a pivot towards ARPGs, which canonically includes the Total War series. I'm sure he'll probably try Warhammer 3 when it comes out. But he's been taking a little bit of a break from that in order to do Bloodborne. He is also a tremendous fan of the From Software games. I've seen him play Dark Souls 2, which I believe is his favorite, as well as, well, now recently also he's been doing Bloodborne. But he streams rather late for me, so I know alongside sort of Night Valian, Uncle Cranky's another one who I will sometimes host in the evenings. Just for somebody who I know. I'm sure a few of you have kind of noticed that sometimes when I host someone, they'll almost immediately go offline as part of like just because they're heading to bed, and I'm trying, like, that's not deliberate. I do try and, you know, show the support where I can for people who I like watching. But in the case of Night Valiant and Uncle Cranky, they're the broadcasters who I feel a little bit safer in terms of saying, you know, I'm hosting them in the middle of the night and they'll continue playing.
You're a lot smarter than most founders. I can respect that. If you can respect that, I will be back for blood next time.
I wonder when they got these
I like the sound of that, Founder. Let's make sure we're prepared for their next attack.
I am enjoying the extra dialogue for Bahar. Well, and everyone else, but Bahar's the one I'm noticing the most in terms of the dialogue. I also really like the new rebel leader that they've added. I feel like their dialogue kind of takes it up to 11 sometimes. I'm not sure if there's something that decides which rebel leader you get, but I've had a pretty good division of both. Okay, so we can start thinking about how we're going to get our mineral infrastructure online. One way I can do this is sort of... Oh, this is going to be a tough one, actually, because the spaceport's in the way. Okay, first things first, we will do surveys in the sandstorm. You know what? I'm ashamed to admit, I don't remember if I took out that headquarters or not. I'm pretty sure I did, and we should immediately turn our attention to... By the way, I'm now definitely seeing one consequence of the sandstorms, which is it is considerably more difficult to... Yeah, that's a destroyed Rebel HQ. It is considerably more difficult to plan an attack in the middle of a sandstorm. So... I've sort of answered my own question there. So this is going to be a really weird way of doing this, but... And I want to make sure everybody's ready, because this is going to be kind of a hard fight. Okay, yeah, so first things first, the HQ killers have gotta be at full strength. Let's try and add some more bodies to the... I'm also drowning in credits, so at this point I should basically be buying every hull and every truck and everything I can get my hands on, really. It's the influence and artifacts I need. So influence-wise, making a monument center is a really good idea. We'll have the CUs, we just need the influence for it. So let's go for broke with the council tickets. Oh, actually, we're starting to get short of the isotopes. Did I not turn this factory back on? Yeah, I've been going a little crazy, so let's roll that back a bit. I don't want to go crazy on the waste receptacles, but I do think there's some sense in including them. Okay, a lot of conversion happening, but I probably need to... Alright, no, I'm not gonna claim these because I want to build a council monument for the extra influence. Or not a council monument, a ruin monument. Anyways, Uncle Cranky, what have you been up to since I last... I mean, obviously, stream-wise, I know what you were up to lately, but... anything new and exciting? I know you've been looking to get one of them government jobs where you don't have to do any work. I hope that's... Well, actually... From what I know, you apply for those things and then you wait like a million years before you hear back from someone. I really need to stop window shopping ruins because I am totally going to try and get some artifacts. I'm not 100% sure about this storage container. I feel like I should have a proper... I should probably have like a proper mineral storage before I mess around with... again. I almost turned this thing into artifacts. Alright, I've got some really clear ideas about what I want to do with the layout, but... now would not be a bad time for me to double check that everybody's properly crewed up. Cool. So apparently we still have a couple fires, but... I'm sure this has been reported already, but maybe I should. Okay, so the slightly more injured one's gonna be the Vanguard. And we're actually gonna salami slice this... Oh, interesting, so they are capable of fighting. Actually, it's not even salami slicing, but basically this thing is gonna take all of the brunt of the rebel turrets for as long as it can. We're basically going to get some free shots on this one, and then eventually the turrets are going to focus their attention on the I'll call them the capital ships. So these are two tier 3s that are actually move a little closer. Like, we're not going to be able to do this game for very long. But it does give me a nice... like, this thing's already down to half health, so I was a little inefficient in the fact that this little guy should have been doing some heavier hits. Okay, so we might actually lose the ship off of this, but... they're doing a fine job without micromanaging. Ooh, just made it. So yeah, now they're going to turn it to the capital ships, but it's too late because this rebel turret's going to fall. Then we'll take out the next one, and the HQ goes down next. Still waiting on the ruin monument. As soon as the ruin monument gets built, we make a mine and some factories. So I probably should have moved one of the capital ships beforehand, but that's fine. Okay, we've got the energy for it. I think we'll have the minerals. I believe we do need a worker to staff the monument center, though, so that'll continue to strain my workers. God, that looks really cool. Now, one of the tricky parts is that there'll be 3 rebel camps after this song and dance, but I don't know where any of them are. So we're probably gonna have to do another scouting run. This one sort of makes sense for absorbing pollution. Like, not really, but it kind of does, because I'm less likely to have... Well, okay, now that this has got a really good Zethane generator. Maybe not. I'll think about it. Okay, so this one gets repairs. We'll flatten the HQ. I don't believe that should be enough to trigger a retaliation, but I should kind of be on my guard. Good news is the giant wasp is going to be at full health. We'll have... Actually, the sanguine Aegir is all ready to go, so we can start scouting out the rest of the bad guys. Gives me a chance to repair. That means, except for the inevitable damage we'll take on a scouting mission. Yeah, no worries, Uncle Craigie. Works a little... It's mixed. Like, there's just stuff that's going to be awful about it, and I think constantly awful about it until it, you know, I either go to a new job or a new, you know, department, or... You know, there's lots of different options. I've found something approximating an equilibrium for the time being. And then I have fallen behind a little bit on some of my side projects, but I did actually get my first, for lack of a better term, audiobook done. So I recorded an essay I really like, Jonathan Swift's A Modest Proposal, and put that up on YouTube. And so far, it's done very well for a response. I mean, I'm very, very small by any reasonable YouTube measure, so, you know, doing well for me would be catastrophic for literally any other broadcaster. But it's, you know, it's outperformed even the most popular stuff that I do. So, and I think I should. I mean, it's maybe not too surprising. I think, you know, people have said for a while that they've wanted to hear me do that, and, you know, I'm happy to oblige, but I haven't. Okay, this is going to be possibly too dangerous to continue. This is probably a dumb idea to... So those are some artifacts I really could have used for just more employees in general. But the good news is we are going to be getting some more influence very soon. Now it is worth remembering influence is something that really annoys the rebels, so these things don't come without cost. But we are going to be in a position to grab a whole bunch of artifacts to make our things work. Anyways, you said a call came through. Actually, I was asking you largely the same question, which was, I know I get a chance to harass you on your broadcast, but I know you've been applying for them fancy government jobs that pay you to do nothing, and I was wondering if you'd gotten any news. I probably should try and go for one of the achievements where you have like ridiculous numbers of pops, but it's probably a little late to pursue that. I might be able to do something of a kind of a Hail Mary on trying to take out another batch of turrets. I'd feel a lot better if I had another shipyard down though, so that's what I'm gonna do. As if I could afford it. I don't have the influence for those tiles, so... Fair enough. I know it sounded like you got a reasonably quick response to at least one of your applications, which is kind of counter to what I normally hear on those sorts of things. It very often seems to be that there's a lot of waiting involved. But good luck with it. So many deaths, but the thing is we're making 8,000 credits a turn, and I actually, like, I have stuff that I can spend it on, but I should remember that I actually need to do science. Air purifier will be very helpful. Let's lock in. Oh, can't reach it. Okay. I should probably get the mine down sooner rather than later. So yeah, this is going to be a little tricky roads-wise, but I think I can manage. I think I am going to keep the pollution absorber against my better judgment. If I want to make a move on this base, I'm going to... I probably forgot to get replacements for the crew. Not only that, I failed to heal the existing crew. Oh, Jesus, 91%? The thing is, the ships that are going to be coming after me are going to be pretty tough, too. I hate that I'm going to do this. I'm actually going to move this energy pylon over by 1 because then I can put an air purifier down here. Maybe I put the air purifier here instead? I'm just thinking for storage for minerals, I either want to have a road that goes out and around, which actually makes a lot of sense, or I want to make sure that the storage is somewhere sort of along the road here. So if I put a manufacturing plant, yeah, maybe a road going out and around isn't the worst thing in the world now that I think of it. Okay, so my real question now is, do I do the ridiculously reckless thing and... Nah, we're at 99%. At 97% I was totally willing to do the charge of the Light Brigade, but I think at this point we batten down the hatches.
You think the Council will protect you? Nothing can protect you from my wrath.
Bring it. It's a thing of beauty. Alright. Hit them in the life support. You know what? Let's do 2 on the life support. Because I'm really ornery. Alright, where are the other ships? Oh my god, that's a lot of them. Oh no, sorry. I'm not paying attention to the right things. This is a very manageable, very manageable group. Actually, you know what? I don't even need to instruct this one. It's pretty much already demolished its competition. This one might need a little more guidance, though. So normally I'd probably switch dance partners around here, but I'll go without upsetting the balance. Hey, Salvage Drifter. It's going well. I am getting a notification saying I need to get up and stand, but I am. Okay, actually, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry to do this to you, just as you come in, but I have really been, like, properly taking care of myself and, like, following this thing to get up when I do. I actually also have a dish from dinner, so I am going to take a quick break, and that does also mean I'll go back here for the music. I am, however, going to run ads for a minute, and I'm doing it because this is all about capitalism and making money, and I like money, and I hate you. But no, what I actually encourage you to do, if you don't have your ad blocker on, this is a wonderful opportunity for you to get up and get a glass of water yourself, or stretch, or otherwise, remind yourself that you are still alive. It is really just going to be 1 minute for me. I essentially just need to kind of walk around and convince my mobile device that I am in fact alive. But while I'm doing that, I'm going to either subject you to annoyance or hopefully motivate you to go and get a glass of water. But to those of you who just arrived, I apologize. I will be back in 1 minute, and I'll see you all then. All right, I apologize for that, particularly to you, Salvage Drifter. I realize I'm kind of sounding like a health nut. It's really, so if you'd like to know, one of the reasons why I kind of take the standing things somewhat serious is, one, I've actually been pretty bad at following the prompts, and I'm very much someone who can develop habits, both good and bad. So I'm trying to, build a proper habit. But I also read there's an essay that Neil Stevenson wrote called Arsbestos, and it's largely about like the title. In addition to being very clever, it kind of hints at the premise of the essay, which is that sitting is kind of the black lung of a more knowledge worker based like an economy that's sort of centered around knowledge work. And I know he kind of messed up his leg with too much walking. I think he switched to like a full-on treadmill while he was doing work. I'm not quite that far, but I do. I don't know how much time you spent on anybody. Yeah. No, that's exactly it. Like, I mean, my day job's as an economist, so so far as I can tell, I don't have a lot of excuses to kind of get up and move around, and so it's one of the reasons why Again, it's just if I have an app that prompts me to do it, I am just that much more likely to do it. Which again, it would be nice if, I didn't reduce my life down to a bunch of, apps and whatnot, but it's something that's kind of working for me. But the thing is that is a double-edged sword. So like, I've also been trying to be a little bit better in terms of getting a proper like bedtime in. And very often I will ignore the prompts for that. And surprise, surprise, I've been pretty inconsistent in terms of actually getting to bed at a proper hour. So recognizing the tendency and recognizing that there are actually some health benefits to, just taking a minute, like literally a minute, to get up and move around. And that if I don't actually follow the prompts, I'm probably never going to. As much as I don't like interrupting streaming, there's definitely viewership costs for doing that. Just knowing my own tendencies, I really do actually try and follow through on following through on prompts like that. But like, I get it. It's annoying.
Weapons, but it doesn't buy you morals.
Yeah. No. I mean, I feel it. I also, the thing is too, like if you give me like nerdy research with lots of numbers and like statistical analysis and all of that, I will eat that up. And I know just how bad we are at lying to ourselves in terms of how effective we are on small amounts of sleep. Like you can see pretty clear plots in terms of how even just a few hours off will, like you can see the decline in performance, and yet people will insist that they are operating as if they had a full night's sleep. So it's one of those really terrible situations where you're lying to yourself that you can do it, and you probably genuinely think you can, and yet all of the evidence says the opposite. So I was actually getting a bit better at sleep, and then I sort of fell out of the habit. So I'll quietly scold myself and get back to it. Although one thing that was nice, I did not realize how much I tend to walk quite a bit. But I recently quantified it, so it's anywhere between 4 to 10 kilometers a day, which I don't know if that's a lot, but it sure feels like it's a lot, and it doesn't feel like it's a lot when I do it. Like it's just something that I kind of naturally do. So That is like my one saving grace, is I seem to walk quite a bit. I don't think the like 1 HP is really going to make that big of a difference, but until the whole fleet's ready, it doesn't really cost me a whole lot to send somebody off for repairs, so might as well do it. I also should get my my factory up and running. So I believe... Yeah, we'll wait till we've got enough minerals for the job. Yeah, no worries, Salvage Drifter. See you when you get back. I probably should have used the time to scout out the other rebel bases, but we'll be fine. It probably wouldn't hurt to take some time to just build up my my stock of minerals. I did just spend it all on unnecessary roadways. Actually, I'll be able to recover this one. Yeah, so I can dismantle this storage facility. We can recover this road, so that'll give me some tier 3 minerals. We can buzz that down. We'll get this energy Yes, this energy pylon will still be fine. Okay, so the screening ships are going to become a little more important. Oh, they're coming to us. Nice. They got 3 guns, though. Sadly, I'm going to need something a little stronger. Get back here. This is obviously not ideal. I'm potentially dinging up my my turret killer. Yeah, got another one. Mind you, that's kind of the point of having these ships here. So what are we up against? I think we can handle 2 turrets. 3 is a little much. This is manageable. We have a lot of people running around not working on... Like, this is a little weird that I've got 6 crew members, but they're not constantly firing on the enemy. Anyways, this will resolve itself, but... So there's a total of 4 ships defending that base. So my hope would be that we don't get any damage on this. Well, that's already not happening, but... But again, there's 2 camps after this one. Okay, well, there's one. That looks pretty intact. Yep. Okay, so we've got him. This is one of those times a third shipyard would have been helpful. I'll admit I'm kind of interested in this outcome because when you look at it on paper, we're sort of the same, but they're obviously doing so much better than we are. I'm gonna hold the line here just because eventually, like, the Freedom K1's about to go down, so I'm gonna be able to redirect. There we go. We'll still have to do some repairs anyway, but let's see if we can clear out the riffraff before... Actually, you know what? Okay. Gotta take out a ship before I try to take out a turret. Oh, they're getting smart. How far along is this game in development? I think this is like in the 20s for updates. It had an early access period on the Epic Store, so it is now on Steam. I don't know if they've given an official like 1.0 release date, but let me just take a quick second here. Okay, that just slows the game down a whole lot. Tell you what, I'm just gonna tab out for a really quick second and look at the patch notes, because that should help me out. New GeForce driver, I would definitely want to put that in the... Oh, my apologies, we're not quite at the 20, so this is the 20th monthly update. December 6th will be the 20th monthly update, I believe. You know, as far as what has been done, there's a lot. Like, this game has really, really grown over the time that I've been playing it. But I also think this is a game with very big ambitions, and I think those ambitions have grown because of the response to the game. So, some things that I know, well, some things that have been discussed that will be coming into the game. I believe there's going to be happiness. So, like, right now, I could just turn off the residential and office areas, and, you know, people could have no place to sleep, and they'll have no real opinions about this. They'll not become any more or less efficient. I can, like, completely stiff people when it comes time for payday, and buy trucks that I don't need, and they'll kind of take it on the chin and just say, "Oh, that's life." So I believe that's something that's going to be entered in. Actually, there's a roadmap. I don't know if I can access it. No. If you're here at the end, I can show you the roadmap. But the next update is going to be a really exciting one, because right now the victory condition is basically just eliminate all the rebel camps, which we might be able to do by the end of the stream. But the hope here is sorry, not the hope, but the with that update, it's going to give you a little bit more than just build a lot of ships and eliminate the HQs before the rebels overrun you. So I'm really interested in seeing that one. One of the recent updates has been the science lab, actually. So, you know, I started with the tutorials, but I don't think I ever went any further on this. I should maybe follow up on some of these. But not while we're in the middle of a fight. Yeah, let's go for the... That's right, I don't have artifacts for the air purifier, so we should probably grab some of those. At this point, it probably doesn't matter which ruins I take down, as long as I get artifacts. But I am clearing out some in here. Okay, so put this road down. We do still need... This is a pretty important intersection, so I'm going to get this road down first before I try and reclaim this area. I think we needed like 60 tier 3 minerals to get the big design down. Okay, we'll repair the big guys. Now, if we're really good, we might be able to take out 2 camps, or 2 bases in the, without having to repair. I'm probably not that good, though. Okay, repairs coming in. So the purpose of having this storage facility is just so that there's a direct place for the waste to go. It's a little less important now that we've... like now that there's sort of roads all over the place here. And actually, it just occurred to me that the work from home isn't a 3-story building, so I'm going to do something... what was it? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. Yes, we can actually afford to demolish this building. Okay, almost ready to go with these ships. Right now I just want to find some high yield artifacts. The main reason for this is because I keep forgetting to work on my science lab, and obviously there's plenty of opportunities here. Holy smokes, we've got a lot of isotopes. We're full up on, well, I mean, it makes sense why we're full up on minerals, but I gotta try and fix that. Okay, so we're at 10% rebel threat. I do need to very seriously consider a third. Third shipyard, but again, we're short on minerals right now, and most of those minerals are going to go into this factory. Storage full. Oh, right, because I need to put down. Okay, so this is the one exception I'll make, is I will put down the foundations for the mineral storage. Okay. Apparently that ship's just gonna sit there and ignore the destruction. I'm totally fine with that. This is surprisingly easy. So we'll just get the repairs underway. There's going to be a big jump to the threat meter, but if we're only healing one ship, we might as well move on to the next one. Now, chances are there's going to be a lot of ships that have been built in these in sort of these satellite areas, so I do want to be mindful of that. But I mean, again, the confrontation is going to happen one way or another. It's probably better that I just get ready to, it's probably better that I just try and achieve the objective sooner rather than later. Yeah, that's a big jump. So we'll almost certainly provoke a new rebel attack as soon as we take out the rebel HQ. But there's no guarantee that we'll actually take out the HQ on this run. So. Okay, there's definitely a ship hovering over there. Okay, there's multiple ships, so. So I'm still fine taking the fight. I just want to be out of the range of the turret. One of the tricks here is that one of the tricks here is that if I started bombing the turret with my big guys and then they were engaged by enemy ships, I would. This is so hard to maneuver. You know what? I'm curious. Okay, so it is gonna try to blow up the ship. This is a very dumb fight for me to take right now, but... I'm sort of banking on one tiny detail that might make the difference. Oh. That seems to have... yeah. Man, they are really good at taking out our people. So this is one of the more reckless attacks that I'm doing right now. Normally I try and kite them out of their safe zone. Right now I just want to try and do as much damage as I can to those turrets. Eight more resources and we're ready to go. And 4 minutes away from an air purifier, although we'll still need the resources to produce it. So what's going to happen here is once the Light of Rhea is taken out, I'm actually going to be able to move the Giant Wasp over the Rebel turret. We're actually going to be able to start doing some damage to it. Oh, no. Ah, you ruined a good thing. Oh no, it's because they... Alright, here we go. So we're winning at least 2 of the 3 fights here right now. Should also try and claim some more ruins. I'll stop hunting the best ones and I'll just clear out the mining areas. Probably should have messed with the... Well, I can still get the obsidian ruins. So now we're going to be able to turn our attention on this rebel turret. Or we soon will. There we go. It's very unlikely that the piebald anthe is going to stay for the entire attack. But we don't need them to stay the whole run. It's about 20 damage each time, I think. Nope, that's definitely... Well... I don't quite have the nerve to see it through to the end, so... So I want to keep some artifacts set aside for research efforts. We got 1 minute there. But we only need 5 more employees, so... Although apparently I can build 6. Okay, so that turret's down. The camp will be down soon. A big question I'm going to have to face after we take out that camp is whether or not we want to go straight into the next camp. I don't think we will, because they're very likely going to have ships defending them like the other one. Actually, what I will do in the meantime, let's get that giant wasp healing up. I'm not in any rush to take out that HQ. In fact, an argument one might make would be that Common Salvation's going to get taken out, so maybe what we do is we send a trio of ships over to the next rebel base, clear out the defenders, and then, you know, then we actually are in a position to potentially take out the rebels full stop. I don't know. Something for me to think about later. I do need to remember too, like, repairs aren't instantaneous, so... Okay, surely we can build the massive factory now. Yeah. Wrong blueprint. Oh man, this is... Everybody asked for blueprints, but nobody asked if you can cancel blueprints. So, this is only a related story. When I moved from Vancouver, like, I don't really move a whole lot, and when I moved to Vancouver, I moved, like, it was kind of like my first time moving out, so... Oh yeah, it's 60, of course. We're a ways away on that. Okay. So, needless to say, like my move to where I live now is like one of my first proper like moves, like on my own as an adult and having some worldly possessions. So I made the mistake of, so I have a lot of books, like a lot of books. And I made the mistake of, like, I'm just thinking, it's like, okay, well, I have a lot of books. When you have a lot of something, you get a big box. And I did not pay attention to the nice, helpful guide on the side of the U-Haul box, which says, you know, the book boxes are in fact the smallest boxes, and the extra large boxes are in fact for things like pillows and light things. And needless to say, as I tried to lift this insanely large and heavy box full of like textbooks and other hardcovers, I figured that this is the mistake that you only make once. That is only slightly related to my blueprint thing, which is that now that I know, if I do the blueprint, I have to manually unassign every component. I'm never gonna make that mistake again. Okay, we're gonna have a rebel attack come almost immediately, so let's try and heal up what we can. That one's ready to go, that one's not.
You think the council will protect you? Nothing can protect you from
Alarm!
So we'll try and intercept what we can. I'll try and kite at least one of them to the... It can't just be the Dog of Hope. That seems like a really easy ship for a wave this late. There's the other one. Okay. So Risen Hyena might need to... Nope, nope. I'm okay letting our... Oh no, they totally go after our people. Well, no, that's fine. Actually, we can pay for the repairs. Aha! There was a third one. I wonder if this is going to get changed. Like, it does feel like I need to jump through a few hoops to try and get the, to target a ship. Okay, so we're facing off. God, that's a thing of beauty. So this is going to be a display of supreme confidence. Oop. I'm actually going to start taking out the defenders. Sure would have been nice for me to get the proper crew, though. Okay, so... we live or die, basically, on our ability to keep this thing out of commission. Okay, I'm pretty sure that was the turret wrecking us. Clearly I started celebrating a little too early, so we gotta get this thing on the... Ah! We lost another employee. Get in there! They might get away. No, there. Okay, we're good. Yeah, so we're demolishing this thing. It's gonna take forever, but that's fine. That's where we need them to be right now. I'm gonna try and get some early hits on the rebel turret. Okay, they've got a friend, so we'll turn around. Okay, they have more friends. So a total of 4 ships. And not a lot of good angles to attack them from, incidentally, but that's a secondary consideration. Yeah, that's what I want.
So you do have some fight in you, do you? I look forward to our next skirmish, Founder.
So, I mean, we'll kind of continue on in the same spirit, where I can. Oh, this needs crew. Where I can, we take out the defenders. And once they're taken care of, we get to, we have our way with the base. Like, there's not a lot that they can do about that, so... You'll notice I'm trying a little bit more of a strategy around taking out the life support systems. Still not 100% on it. It's actually, so this is weird, like I will be the worst kind of person in these sorts of games, but I actually feel really bad about taking out life support systems because for some reason that just seems like a really bad way to go. Like I don't mind blowing up the ship. I don't mind like individually targeting people with laser beams, but apparently like taking out the life support systems is just a bridge too far for me. I'm not quite sure what that says about me, but anyways, I'm gonna kill the isotope half. This is gonna be pure pure minerals, but it's pretty much ready to go. If we weren't close to winning, I'd even reorganize this to be its own blueprint. But I think at this point we're pretty much in a mopping up phase. Although I can finally assign these as proper isotope receptacles. So looks like we need to amp up isotope production. This still doesn't have the crew that it needs. And it's kind of a moot point at this point, but... Oh, well, I don't have it yet, but I am going to build another shipyard when I can. So I'll confess, we've taken a bit more damage than I was expecting to here. I'm wondering if I'm forgetting about a... No, I mean... We've been going to town on him, but... They're just really stubborn. Okay, mining range, we've got our pollution. This seems like a nice thing to do. Pollution filter on the smokestack would be pretty good too. Oh, we do have. Slowly making progress on industry. Okay, so I'm going to use the Risen Hyena as a screening ship. Actually, you know what? You'll do as well. Okay, this is kind of expected. I just got there a little too late. So we want this ship to take on the hammer. Oh, yikes. Okay, that didn't quite go according to plan. So, it's not my ideal, but let's just work with what we've been given. Really, I should just be going for the HQ at this point, but... So clearly we need our minds to step it up. I'm actually losing track of which ship is at what health. So I should have a third ship somewhere in here. It actually worries me a little bit. Did I forget to crew this thing again? You bet I did. Okay, well with luck we'll take out the turret before it hurts us. So I'm actually going to move everybody out so we can get some clarity on where my... Oh, cool. So the Risen Hyena hasn't been attacked yet. So we're going to see if we can base race the AI. It's only a tier 1 turret, so I'm pretty confident. And technically, we don't care about anything else. I mean, for aesthetics, I'd like to have a big, awesome, big, awesome enterprise that's generating a lot of resources, but mechanically, as long as I destroy that last HQ, we win. You've done well by the council, founder. Congratulations. So, market cap, 4,162,681,600 credits. This was the story of Monarl Construction. 23 hours, 7 minutes, 41 seconds game time, 9 hours, 34 minutes, 39 seconds real time. This wasn't the hardest victory I've gotten. This was a standard normal difficulty. I think that's the first time I've done Chemical Enterprise, though. And if you've ever wondered what the contributions of things are, there is a monetary value for basically everything in the game, and this is how the rebel attacks are determined. So you've got, the higher your tier. I mean, it's a little hard because each of these are different values, but you can sort of see, like isotopes, even though I have tier 3, even though I have less of them, the total value of my tier 3 isotopes is considerably higher than my tier 3 minerals. Waste has a negative value. We more or less had waste under control, so I'm not too worried about that. This is actually kind of interesting that credits... So like you'd think that credits would actually have the direct value. I'm assuming that this is like... It's the same reason why cash today is more valuable than cash in the future. Like this sort of this presumably represents resources that can be deployed immediately towards other ends. Influences occur. Actually, this is a kind of a neat one. You can actually work out exactly what the value in credits influence is, and I'm gonna guess that this value is different from what the exchange rate that the game gives you. And there's actually story reasons for that. It says that influence is specifically a currency, but because the council sets it, they will arbitrarily change the exchange rate. Again, this is the benefit for reading the lore. This is a well-considered game. There's things that we have not yet encountered yet. Sorry. I just need to assert that I am, in fact, already famous. But yeah, even things like so it really does take into account, it takes everything into account. I am a little intrigued by the fact that it doesn't seem to be crediting me for energy storage or fuel storage, because through the ruins we actually have energy storage and fuel storage. And then I've always been a little intrigued by the initial net worth. So I was thinking like maybe this sort of represents the initial loan that that the council gives you. But yeah, one thing I will say for the current game here is I don't really see, like, so I can see why you'd want your score to maybe be higher at the end, but I'm kind of trying to figure out what the real benefit of destroying the non-military buildings for the rebels are. So if you just take out like a camp or whatever, it will really annoy the rebels. And I believe the way that that's kind of done inside of the game is the number of rebel buildings destroyed goes up, so your net worth goes up by that much. But the challenge here is that like right now, having a bigger market cap, unless I'm doing the timed contract mode, this is just bragging rights. And I think, like, you'll kind of notice that I've taken out turrets, I've taken out HQs, and I pretty much move on, and I just leave the rest of the rebel base intact. Now, I mean, you're not like a murderous ruler of a megacorp. Like, you could maybe say that this is actually a way that the game is sort of incentivized the way you might behave in this situation, where you sort of strike at the head and then you just kind of assume that the rebels will either disperse or they'll join in with your territory, or there's a number of justifications that you can sort of make on this. But one consequence of this is that there have actually been very few situations in which I have tried to reclaim rebel territory. Most of the time, I've actually found that I struggle whenever I try to claim things from the rebels because it's more expensive. And if I destroy it, even if I kind of buy it out from under them, I tend to find that it provokes a lot of rebel attacks. And so it's just simply much more... it's much less expensive to just not engage with them. Anyways, I'm really happy that I got to go to the end of this. I do feel a little bad that I had to move aside from oh dear, I'm sorry, Phantom Brigade to get that win, but Industries of Titan is a lot of fun too. Next week we will be going back to Industries of Titan because there will be an update, and let's talk a little bit about what's coming. Okay, so this is mostly for you, Salvage Drifter. I'll try and show you the other screen where I can. So this update, there were definitely a number of... Okay, yeah, so there were combat VFX. Okay, so this was added in the update. So this one had the research window and the advisor. Now, they'd already added research inside of this, so the snow and sandstorms were kind of the headline feature of this one. Although the Gatling gun, we never got to try. I really should have done that. So this one was, I won't call it a minor one, but it's less of a... There have been some updates which have been really like, oh god, like the game is totally different now. And I have a feeling that that's probably going to be in the next update here. So victory conditions, so new victory cards, new victory points, TechWeb scrap action. So again, like I was pretty sure that it would be okay, but I didn't want to tell stories. So I actually got a chance to meet Andy Wynn, who's the designer on this. So I think Ryan Clark did some initial work on this, but Andy, I don't know exactly what his official title on this now is, but Andy Wynn is the lead and has been for quite some time. But first of all, incredibly nice. And it's one of the things I really wanted to stress, if I was able to talk about it, is that I have known some people who work in games before. But that trip in particular kind of really brought home the fact that there are in fact just real people behind the game, and that like even being so to me when I think about Brace Yourself Games, it's like, oh yeah, they made Crypt of the Necrodancer, they're making Industries of Titan, they're doing Phantom Brigade, like everything they touch is magic, and they're just geniuses that don't require anybody to reaffirm the magic that they do. But no, actually, they're like, not to speak on their behalf, but everybody I talked with on that trip who was related to games really did seem to care quite a bit and really did enjoy, hey, Irrepressible 32 Tell. I'm actually wrapping up, but I am well. I'm sorry I'm wrapping up around the time that you're showing up, but we can do the wrap up. Plus, I need to find somebody to host. But I am doing well, and I hope you're doing well as well. But yeah, no, it sounds like a very obvious thing to say, but everybody I met, I really felt that they really wanted to entertain people, that, they wanted to make a game that meant something to people and that people enjoyed. I suspect that's probably a reason why Brace Yourself specifically has done these games in early access, so that they can take on that feedback and such. But it did sort of remind me to where I can, express that appreciation of a game that I really enjoy. Because I'm sure all of you have noticed there's a lot of games that I really enjoy on the stream, right? I like Darkest Dungeon. I like, Life is Strange. I enjoy Stellaris. I like Mass Effect. These aren't necessarily unknown games. I kind of just assume, like, if I was working on Industries of Titan, I'd just like walk into every room and scream, "Look upon me!" But congratulations, Irrepressible. That's wonderful news. My best to your now inflated family. That's wonderful to hear. And yes, I've never taken attendance. I would be mad at you if you were anywhere but but taking care of your son. That's wonderful to hear. I'm really, really happy that you shared that news. Actually, that's so good. But yeah, no, I again, like, and I'm assuming there's some people who've written stuff that I like, and it's a very similar story, right? That yes, there's definitely people I know who have recognized that they are sort of known, and that they certainly don't have any illusions that they have some talent that they're able to work as a writer. But that doesn't mean that the compliments don't mean things, and it's tough, right? Because I don't want to sound like an over the edge like freak show of a fan, but I really do enjoy these games, and it was actually a really, really wonderful experience to be able to meet the people behind the game and have them just turn out to be as cool and interesting and just multifaceted. There's a lot of talent at Brace Yourself Games, and in fields that are not necessarily the thing that they have the credit for. But anyways, I got a chance to talk a little bit with Andy about Industries of Titan and a couple of things about the tech tree, and specifically as it relates to Civilization and some of the things that Civilization tried to do and couldn't, and why it works for Industries of Titan, which I thought was really interesting. And he did mention the scrap action. Obviously, again, I wasn't going to talk about stuff that hadn't been announced, but this was one thing I got a little bit of a word on. Now, I've actually never been too bothered by the idea of the tech web scrap action. I think I talked a little bit about what I thought kind of the tech web was modeling, but yeah, I am kind of interested in seeing how the scrap works. The research advisor currently doesn't have, well, I suspect the research advisor does have voice lines, but we have not heard them yet, so that's going to be added in the next one. I'll be interested in seeing the jobs UI. I know we covered this the last time, and if this combat VFX this already looks pretty cool. But yeah, so anyways, I think December's update is going to be a pretty big and special one. But as far as what's planned, so again, this is where I want to be kind of clear on the question. Like, there is a lot that's been added to the game already, but here are the planned future updates. Wind, fire, temperature, advanced factory modules, liquids, drinks, clubs, food, farm, hunger, healthcare and hospitals, leisure and happiness, rival corporations, new factions, additional council interactions, spaceport interactions, combat devices, combat ship types, enemy types, music, and more. When I first played this, I kind of said that it was interesting to me in the way that it, like, Into the Breach kind of feels like an indie version of, games like XCOM, which is it's very tightly focused. It's small, but like not in a pejorative sense. Like it's small as in it knows what it does, and it does it exceptionally well, and it plays to its strengths. And so I sort of thought that Industries of Titan was a little bit like that as a city builder. And I was really wrong on that. It definitely feels like Industries of Titan is much more in sort of the proper simulation vein. So like a SimCity, a City Skylines, a Surviving Mars, that sort of thing. It is a hard game to sort of define because it also has the strategic element, right? So it's not just the, the future plan of council rival or rival corporations, but even the idea of trying to hunt down. Sorry, I also should have mentioned Frostpunk in that. To hunt down the rebels, to deal with rebel attacks. It's actually one of the reasons why, as nice as Zen mode is, I actually love the idea of continuing in Zen mode. I think that would actually be something I'd be really interested in doing, because that's sort of the now that you've taken out the rebels, you get to build the city that you wanted. But I do like the idea of having the rebels in the first place, because I think it results in different cities than what you would get if you didn't have to worry about attacks. And as I'm fond of saying, right, like the city I live in right now, Ottawa, was known as Bytown, and its origins, as many cities have their origin, was in fact that it was a fort, that it was a defensive position, and that over time it morphed and there was no longer a military need. But clearly some places in the world mark and kind of have the marks of those origins, whereas other places have been able to sort of rely on a different set of circumstances, and the city just looks and kind of acts differently. Like I think it's really beautiful. I think it's really interesting that Parliament is sort of on the side of like this cliff or that, but I also have to assume that there were probably some military advantages to having an important building in that location. I'm sure Parliament wasn't there at the time, but it's I don't think it's coincidental that probably the most important building in Ottawa is positioned in what would very likely be a tactically convenient location as well. But that's my main argument for why, like, even if you're really stressed out about the combat, like just switching it down to easy, to me, that is definitely my recommendation over Zen mode. But I mean, Zen mode's in there for a reason, so please don't let me gatekeep Industries of Titan for you. But this is my very long way of saying, Salvage Drifter, that I don't want to imply, like, when you take a look at this is a lot of stuff for Industries of Titan. And again, like I said, I sort of misdiagnosed it when I originally played it. And it does feel that this is very much more in sort of the Dwarf Fortress, Surviving Mars, Frostpunk kind of vein, simulation wise. But even though that there's a lot for sort of the future updates for the roadmap, I think it's also fair to say that this game has already added a lot moving in, and so it's a little challenging to try and say where it is in development, because I don't think they've given a plan for when 1.0 comes out, and to a certain extent they add a lot every month, so this could be 6 months of work and then we're in 1.0. But as far from my perspective, I've just been enjoying the benefits of some pretty beefy updates every month. Anyways, with all that in mind, let's try and find somebody to host tonight. Thank you everybody for watching. For some of you, we're fine. Yeah, no worries. I mean, if you have any specific questions about the game, I'm obviously really happy to try and answer what I can. I'm sure you've noticed I kind of go on for a while, but hopefully people find it interesting. I'll maybe just give people a quick reminder. I'm just taking a look here to see if there's any Brace Yourself streams happening, with the exception of Crypt of the Necrodancer. I feel like that game's always got somebody streaming it. Is that true, actually? Oh, wow. I would have thought that game was always being streamed. For those of you who've been asking me to do readings, this is the first kind of quote-unquote audiobook, except that it's an essay. So those of you familiar with Jonathan Swift, the great satirist, this is A Modest Proposal, which at least I needed to do when I was in school. And I really, really like Jonathan Swift as a writer. So for those of you who've been wanting me to do an audiobooks, no promises that there will be regular updates like that, but that's about 17 minutes of me reading a rather difficult thing to read out loud, actually. That is not the English is definitely a little tangled in some parts, but I tried to do my best. I am open to feedback, just because, I think there's a lot that I can improve on that, but I know that's something that a lot of you have been asking for. And we don't have any Brace Yourself streams going on right now, so there are two people who are live, and I'd love to draw your attention to. So one of them is Intelligame. Now, I'm not going to host him tonight, and that's partly because he's doing quite well right now. I believe he's now doing this full time, and he's got a pretty robust viewership at the moment. He is playing a game called Tauren, and I under normal circumstances would be hosting him, except that we've got Night Valian, who I also found out he's maybe not doing Twitch for a living, but it is actually currently something that he is trying to earn a bit of an income from while he is looking for more stable employment. And in addition to the fact that I know he streams relatively late into the evening, he also plays a lot of interesting games, and more importantly, just has a nice soft voice. So I think a number of you will appreciate that. And I don't know, where I try to raise the overall level of the people on my follow list. So I would love it if you, with this extended goodbye, give me a few more seconds while we get ready to raid Night Valian. He is playing the Forgotten City, and it would definitely mean a lot to me if you'd show a little bit of support, see if it's your sort of thing. I'm sure, as it is with games, for broadcasters, I think the best we can ask for is just a chance to entertain you. So anyways, on Friday, we will be playing another Vancouver sort of originating game, The Darkest Dungeon. Oh my goodness, the Rain Dog. I'm actually getting ready to host somebody right now. I am so sorry. I'm actually wrapping up. But Cormorant Strike. I'm sorry, the Rain Dog. I think I can get through. All right. Tell you what, I'll cancel stuff really quick. I really need to try and go to bed. Okay, if you're all hosting right now, never mind. We're turning this right around. We will host Night Valian, but if you're all going here, here's what we're going to do. Let's do a quick time contract. Worst raid ever. No. Tell you what. I was getting ready to wrap up, but the Rain Dog. I'm trying to remember where I hear your name from. Let's do a timed contract and see how well we can do things. And again, Cormorant Strike and the Rain Dog, thank you very much for the raid and the host. Let's do a really quick one, and then we'll host Night Valian. How many of you know how Industries of Titan works? I don't believe I'm going to be able to pause. You have a black belt and raiding people who are finishing. Yeah, we'll tell you what. I'll end the strike. Sorry, I will end the streak, and let's get some more Titan in. I think I've got enough. It's all the rage in Australia. He has a beard and everything. But yeah, let's go in. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with Industries of Titan, but right now there's one faction in the game, the Landfallers. So this is a simulation game where you basically play the corporation from a cyberpunk story. And basically, I am going to do this timed contract mode. It's really about trying to get the highest net worth possible within 7 days of the game. So I won't quite explain what the Landfallers are, because they're really the only one. We only get to do standard investment in this mode, and I don't see any value in enabling the tutorials. So we're series limited. Let's go for a big X. And it's hardcore mode, so there's no active pause and only one save. So no. It's been a while since I've done a time contract, so let's see how well I do this. So remembering from the victory screen that we got today, we know that isotopes are worth more than minerals. I was ending, you came in and made it not end. Peer pressure works. Seriously. No. It's all good. I've actually got a cup of coffee in front of me, so even if I tried to go to sleep, I probably wouldn't. All right. There are rumors that ancient secrets hide within giant crevices that line Titan's surface. It's difficult to know the truth when the only people foolish enough to go looking for them rarely return. Wow. It's not normally like this. What's the deal here? Something's eating up all my computer's resources.
We have significant investments riding on your success.
Alright, sorry about that. I'm not sure what caused that, but I think we're good now. Okay, so let's start by investigating the ruins. I'm also going to adjust the order of things, so I'm going to make salvaging and extracting ruins a higher priority. So we'll take care of the ones inside of our territory first, and then we'll get sort of the lay of the land. And while they're doing that work, I'm also going to find out what we have access to. For those of you that are still sticking around after me kind of falsely ending the stream, if you had other questions about Titan, I am more than happy to answer them, although, again, this is a timed mode with no pause, so I might struggle a little bit to answer them. And then I should probably build a... Well, actually, I should build nothing. I'll grab the artifacts where I can. This is a relay and it generates Zethane. This is actually really tempting because we... Okay, I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do with that yet. Let's get you for an artifact. You for an artifact. Artifacts are the most valuable in this mode. Now the drawback here is that I haven't really got a good source of minerals right now. So, we'll start with this. Yes, and then let's work on a fuel turbine and an energy plant. I'm going to spend all my cash right off the bat, so I don't see anything to mine in the area. I'm actually going to try and avoid defensive structures for a little while, so let's go for an office and residential instead. Okay, so the first thing I need to build is sort of the infrastructure for production. I've got 19... Actually, you know what? Working on some resource patches probably makes the most sense off the bat. So let's just get a very basic setup for fuel and energy. And this is really just so that we can kind of get on our feet and build better things. I'm going to need to build better storage fairly soon, and then I'm also going to need isotopes to build a factory, but we haven't extracted these. I'm also curious, I did tell them to... Oh, nope, the survey wound up at the top. That's why they're dragging their feet on all this. Ah, come on. There we go. It's a little late for that, but we're good. Okay. So when I'm up to 10, we will take down these ruins simply because it's 6 isotopes and 4 minerals. It's actually not that much waste as a byproduct too. I am going to need... Oh, shame on them. Nothing in those ruins. So we can generate Zethane. It does kind of make... In a weird way, it does actually kind of make sense to activate these. The relay will definitely be helpful. That'll say... Okay, so definitely activating this one because it saves me the isotopes of building a relay. It's going to make things a little more complicated for getting citizens, but I think I'll be able to manage that. But yeah, no, this is good. I am, unfortunately, kind of dragging my feet, though, so let's see if we can do better. We'll start by building some power. So we don't actually have to power anything right now, but we will in a moment. And there's nothing else for us to check out. This stores fuel, so... Oh, but that won't actually count for our... That won't count for our total. So we would give up 4 artifacts in order to be able to store fuel that doesn't count towards our score. So we will turn that into minerals and isotopes. Similar story here. So the sensor range under normal circumstances would be nice, but we are giving up 3 artifacts where in fact we could be gaining 1. So, okay, once we get the isotopes, we will start by building a factory, and I need 5 artifacts. So is there a ruin? Sometimes you'll get level 1 ruins with 2 artifacts, so my next 10 influence is going to go towards claiming that so that I can get a relay. In fact, we'll speed things up. So one of the things I'm not happy about right now is that I've got 7 idle workers, and there's quite literally nothing for them to do right now. So under normal circumstances, I would want them working in some kind of a factory improving things. So you assume if this has time challenges, it's less of a management builder sim and more an ornate puzzle game. It's actually the other way around. I would say that the management components are the heavier components. But once you go into the factory building, there is sort of a Tetris game to it. All right, that's unfortunate. I don't have enough storage space for everything, so let's go for medium container over there. I'm going to wind up sort of uprooting most of the stuff anyway, so it's not the end of the world. But yeah, as soon as I get a factory built, I'll sort of show you where the puzzle comes in. But it's actually kind of interesting how they balance the two out. I think the timed contract is more just sort of for bragging rights. You're able to... there is a leaderboard for it. I don't think it's quite working for me, but basically you can just kind of show off to the world, hey, I did better than all of you. We probably won't be done by midnight, so I don't know if I'll show up on those leaderboards or not, but I may not even get to the end of it, to be honest, but... we'll see. Okay, so with luck they will bring me those isotopes. I also wanted those 2 artifacts, so we'll extract those. As soon as I have 2 isotopes, I'll start building a factory. Okay, so I'll put down a factory here. Factories are sort of an exception. Most buildings require minerals to be built, but in the case of energy pylons as well as factories, they actually require isotopes. And I'm going to go one step further and double up the factory. And then these are a special building. So these ruins, if I quote-unquote discover them, I can convert the artifacts into activating the ruin, and in this case you do need to provide power to all your buildings. So this relay will provide power all through this area, and so essentially what I'm doing here is saving my isotopes. Now the drawback is you're gonna notice my net worth goes down by a lot when I hit this button, or should, I think. But in this case I think it's actually gonna sort of save me, it's gonna save me the effort of trying to accumulate isotopes elsewhere. So this is one of those rare cases where I'm willing to give up artifacts to pursue another goal. I'm also going to be able to double up this factory. No, maybe they only count the artifacts at the end then. I would have thought that our net worth would have plummeted as a result of that, but at some point I do want to get a someone working on an isotopes patch, but I think probably the better way for me to get isotopes right now is just by buzzing down the ruins. And I do want to get refining as quickly as I can. The other thing that's going to be nice is because we have Zethane being generated potentially from 2 different sources. Again, I want to be cautious on that because 4 artifacts is a lot to give up. We may be able to get by with a a big fuel turbine in the headquarters. Okay, so this is what a single factory looks like on its own, and then you've got a few different buildings that you can construct. So in this case, conversion capsules will give you additional workers. Habitat pods are where you can have citizens live. Citizens can be put into jobs and earn you money. And then there's infrastructure, so things like I was building in my headquarters. But what I'm going to use this for is manufacturing, actually. I'm going to start refining my resources, particularly my minerals and my isotopes. Now, in fact, there's a reasonable question as to whether or not I should have actually doubled up this factory, but I'm still gonna go for it. So in this case, I'm gonna need a minute to build up the factory. In the meantime, I do have 10 influence to work with, so if I need more isotopes, I can probably grab it from some of the ruins. Or I can try and save up for isotopes. I think actually saving up for isotopes is a good idea. I also think before the end of the week, I should save up the 60 influence so I can extract the artifact anomaly. Because obviously getting 16 artifacts inside the Enterprise is going to make the net worth go up by quite a bit. Incidentally, on the simulation note, the rain does affect the gameplay, so we're not generating any pollution right now, but if we were, the rain would actually be taking the pollution out of the sky. So it doesn't, I mean, it looks beautiful, but it actually has a mechanical purpose. If it snows, your workers go slower and so on and so forth. But for now, we are going to watch our factory get built, and then I'm going to start making some improvements. So I've kind of ignored cash. I have a workforce that does need to be paid, but the consequence for not paying your workforce is that you can't get additional workers. Well, I'm not really making additional workers right now, so I basically just wanted to spend all the cash before payday. So the way that you refine minerals, you need to build a processor. So we'll start with that here. And then a processor needs to have an input, an output, and a worker. So we'll start, I think I do it this way. Normally what I would do would sort of I will add a waste receptacle here, but what I'm going to do this time is add an isotope refiner here. So both isotopes and minerals are going to be inputs to this. Now it still needs power, but I've got kind of the basics set up here. So there's a relay here, but it needs to grab energy. So this is the energy bridge. So what it's going to do is got power being generated here. That's being transmitted via the relay. This is an activated relay, so everything in this green area is going to be connected. And then now I'm building the energy bridge and the relay to power this, and you can sort of see the green area here. So I think I can get away with building another relay at this part for starters. That's maybe not going to be the final form that it takes, but this'll do for now. And my big concern right now is refining mineral. Actually, tell you what, I'll wait until we've refined a few minerals before I mess around with that. But the good news here is that a lot of those idle workers, at least one of them is now going to be dedicated towards this level 1 processor. And I can start, I can start assigning people to other jobs. You'll notice that I've been saving up my influence, which comes ticking by. It's because right now, well, I had a lot of minerals, and I will mostly get them back over time. But I don't really have a good source of isotopes right now. And when I take a look at the board, there's actually this ruins works rather well. So this one I'll take. All the other sources of isotopes I'm potentially giving up. I'm potentially giving up artifacts, and artifacts have the highest value. So, sorry, my apologies. This ruins is also good, so we'll grab that one as well. But after that, there's no more isotopes for me. I also just want to take a second to make sure Okay, so that's probably, yeah, that pulled us over the edge. So let's turn off the isotopes module for now. So why does this output module not have power? Oh, because... right. Because I don't have batteries, and I'm not generating enough power. So... this is not an ideal situation, or not an ideal solution, but I am going to build a second generator. The important thing for me right now is to be able to get some tier 2 minerals. So even if I have to dismantle and rebuild certain objects, I really just need to get this refining up and running. One of the things that you can do in this game is you'll get the full value of something back if you dismantle it. And so one of the things that I like to do is, out of all of these buildings that I built with tier 1 minerals, tier 1 mineral is worth 1 construction unit. Tier 2 is worth 5, and tier 3 is worth 25. So one thing that I'm eventually planning on doing is dismantling all of this infrastructure that I've built here and building them with higher tier minerals, because, for instance, we'll take a look at the medium storage container. So that uses... currently that is using 10 level 1 minerals. Well, if I have the capacity to refine them, if I get those 10 minerals back, I can convert them all to tier 2s. So that's worth 50 construction units. I use 2 of the tier 2s to rebuild the medium storage container, but I have a net bonus of 40 construction units. And particularly, again, in this mode where our net worth is really kind of determining our success, being able to work on efficiencies like that, to me at least, is how I try and make it all work out. Isotopes are worth more than minerals, so I'm trying to find ways that I can acquire them, but because they're worth more, they also cost more in terms of influence. So, and I also needed isotopes to build certain things, so... we should be up and running... yes, okay. So I am going to build actually, I'm going to force a couple of tier... so I want some efficiency in terms of my overall production. So this is going to be for tier 1 minerals, this is going to be for tier 2 minerals, so they don't need to walk as far to get things moved around. Actually, you know what? I'm going to be a little cheeky on this and start replacing components. So these cost 5, so being able to turn them into tier 2s right away, that's already earning me some extra resources to convert. Actually, no, if we shut the whole thing down, we might as well jump in with both feet. Just completely redesign the system. Oh, did I spend more than I thought I had? I think I did. All right, well, that was very short-sighted of me. Still, we got the processor ready to go, so that's not nothing. Okay, in the meantime, this will absorb pollution, not really what I need. Again, I think we said the sensor range was desirable. I think I'll probably just take it for the artifact. So yeah, I am going to save up for an isotopes patch because right now our real gap is refined minerals. So it seems kind of dumb that I'm doing this already, but I'll do the same with the energy bridge as soon as I have another tier 2. So they got to pick it up and put it somewhere. There we go. So that's shutting everything down. But we will rebuild it with this energy bridge. I actually have enough for that isotope module, but we're not really going to make use of that until later. Okay, so essentially what's going to be happening is all of the minerals that we have will slowly be upgraded to tier 2 over time. Now I get to kind of focus on some of the other things that I want to build. So I am going to need a place to sort of house my citizens. The question is, do I want to build that now, which is going to require isotopes? Oh, we are out of space. That can't be true because... Ah, nuts. I see what's happening. Okay, this will be inconvenient, but it's temporary. Actually, I'll just build something that will eventually store the isotopes. I'll obviously replace this with a tier 2 when I can, but right now I just need a place to... Everything was held up because of these minerals in the way, and this is... Now that this is getting built, I'll be in a better spot. The other thing too is I maybe shouldn't be freaking out so much about these efficiencies because I've got 85 tier 1 minerals that are going to be... Like, it's going to take a while for those to convert. So what I will do though is I think I'm actually gonna start... No, I gotta no, actually I'm gonna let this thing run on its own. And we do have the 40 that we need for the isotopes, so claim that, get someone mining it. And I'm actually going to turn off this module. So one thing I'm going to need soon... Oh man, are we really... Yeah, we are going to need that extra space sooner rather than later. This is another temporary measure. This is effectively me transferring this medium storage into something that's a little more compact. I'm not sure how I feel about this, but I'm gonna slowly add small small generators over time. I'm actually going to make a large one later, but I don't think that's the most important thing I can be doing right now. Oh yes, I do also need to worry about waste storage, so let's get out in front of that. That's probably overkill, though. Okay, so this will be for minerals. This will be for employees when the time comes. I'm trying to keep in mind how much energy I'm going to be needing for all this stuff. So what I want to do, there's that final level of going from Tier 2 to Tier 3, and remembering that Tier 3 is going to be worth 25 construction units. I want to try and get myself to that level reasonably quickly. I'll be able to replace this level 1 processor. And the other thing too, right, you notice that I'm sort of struggling a little bit with just storage space for a lot of stuff. Being able to kind of make the most of my existing space. There we go. Being able to make more, being able to build like the big versions of things. So great example here, large generator, right? If I can build that using one Tier 3, that's going to take up a very large part, but it's going to be generating 9 energy. It's going to be generating 9 energy. And given the fact that this is already generating 3 fuel, I wouldn't even need a larger. I wouldn't even necessarily need a larger fuel fabricator. I will, but like it's not as high of a priority at that particular moment. Okay, I should maybe consider building some batteries at some point. I think my real goal right now is this level 2 processor, so we should probably just let them handle the regular output for now. Maybe put a Tier 2 down. Okay. I think I'm going to try and get by without upgrading this, because I'd just like to have a large one when all is said and done. Whether or not I pull that off is another question. Now, I could be getting the infrastructure in place for some new colonists. Tell you what, before I do that, let's get our 50 minerals. If I had idle workers, I would maybe reconsider, but I don't have idle workers, so... One of the things, so one reason why I'm not quite expanding as rapidly as I would have wanted is that energy is going to be a constraint pretty soon. So I want to get myself into a position where I can build some big energy buildings without too much trouble. And then I'll double back and build some of that stuff that I wanted to build before. So first thing this is going to get is an output module when the time comes. Well, and some power. And I can worry about the rest later. This isn't quite going to work, but... Oh, we have just enough to get this thing properly running. That makes me very happy. And it's making a mess everywhere. 1, 2, 3, there we go. So I'm going to be fighting for resource. Actually, tell you what, let's turn on the isotope module for a bit. We'll turn off the mineral input. Actually, I guess that doesn't make a lot of sense. There's no place for the tier 2 isotope, so I just made everything crash. And then I will put down a... Yes, this is fine for tier 3. So yeah, sorry, I kind of lost my head there for a minute, but we should be on track. Okay, this is going to make everything blow up. So under normal circumstances, I would have loved to replace these with tier 5s, but I didn't think it through. So I got to put down this large generator first. So these will still be operational for it, but this is going to generate 9 power, which is roughly equivalent to what these generators were doing. It's just kind of in a little bit more of a compact form. More importantly, that's going to be freeing up some space for some of the other things that I'm going to wind up doing. So, for instance, let's take a large fuel fabricator. Put one of those down. And we can get rid of this small fuel fabric. Actually, we're not generating anything right now, so we might as well get rid of it. So we also have a tier 2, rather unexpectedly, but I'll take advantage of it. So energy bridge down there. And when I have access to more tier 2 resources, I will get rid of this relay. What I'm waiting on right now is tier 3 resources. Okay, I'm a little concerned at the fact that... Oh, it's because we haven't built the energy bridge yet, and we are out of room again. Okay, inconvenient, but I can work with this. Unfortunately, this is getting in the way of building the energy bridge, so I need to build another one of these things before I can get what I want. Once this energy bridge is up, though, I'm going to be able to power my refining capabilities. There we go. So we're generating some surplus fuel right now. I could actually, in principle... Actually, this might be an interesting approach if I added a small generator in here. I won't do it right now, but what I am going to do, though, is add a large storage container. And then I'll get rid of all these smaller ones. Yeah, so what I normally wind up doing is I wind up sticking a lot of batteries and other paraphernalia in here. And maybe if I put some... I can probably get at least one small generator down. So something like this. And then we'll stick down a medium battery. This is actually not really all that relevant to winning, so I'm probably wasting a lot of time on things that I shouldn't. And with a slightly more robust got a slightly more robust production setup, or sorry, power setup. I think I should... Oh my god, we are really generating a lot of waste. Okay, I am going to need to think about a smokestack soon. Fortunately, I can get pretty far with the garbage carpet because I've got everything that I kind of need right now. But yeah, so I'm going to start building... I guess it doesn't really matter where I place it, but we'll grab these for their artifacts. I'm going to put another factory down and we're going to start sticking workers in it. Okay. I'm also stupidly going to halt all my production by destroying this relay for its 2 minerals 1. And then I'm putting the fuel tanks down here just because storage is kind of a big deal. Like you'll notice those times where it felt like I should have been doing things and I couldn't. That was basically because I didn't have any storage for I didn't have any batteries for like the surplus energy. So effectively, I always had to have make the books balance, and obviously the whole reason we have batteries is because we're sometimes going to be generating more energy than we're consuming. It's nice to be able to take advantage of that. Same deal with fuel. So we should be back and up and running with our factory. Looks like we are, although again we're making a big mess. So let's get our factories built. I'm also a little conscious of this threat level, so the better I get at running things, the sooner the bad guys are going to show up and try and take my things away from me. So this is one of the reasons I want to get workers here as soon as I can. Also, we're getting close to the end of this isotopes patch, so we can get another 18. I will claim that. And let's quietly start snapping up some more artifacts. One thing I've learned is that it's still definitely true that artifacts are the most valuable resource in the game. However, it is also true that the penalty for converting it into a worker is very small. So I am going to try and optimize on building as many workers as I can, although again I'm probably going to need another layer to headquarters to do that. I also haven't quite worked out a grand design for this thing yet. Let's start by storing some more trash. Is that the best thing I can be doing with my headquarters right now? Yeah, why not? I'll probably put a big, actually, do I have, yeah, I've got plenty. The other thing that I've run into when I've been working with this mode is that I try and do what would seem like ideal approaches, but it results in me having a lot of tier 1 sort of resources just kind of lying around, not being upgraded. So I do need to kind of be conscious of the contract time. So for instance, there's going to be a certain amount of time that it takes to extract this anomaly. Given the fact that I've got 2 people working on isotopes patches now, I probably should be building up towards claiming that anomaly. If I can get one more tier 2 to combine these, I think I'll still keep refining it because I do want to eventually get to tier 3 isotopes. Actually, for the time being, let's just shut this all down. Because I'm doing good for tier 3 resources at the moment. I can probably use an extra worker running around. I should, once I'm able to build some workers, I should probably, or get some citizens in. I should probably try and get a smokestack. Not so sure about defensive buildings. Maybe I'll try and do a turret, but I definitely want to get the actually, there is one other improvement I want to make to the... This is gonna sting. So we'll take an isotope input module, we'll stick that on there. So this will sort of be like this setup, but it does mean that I'm going to need to build some more waste receptacles. Okay. And while I'm at it, this will be for the tier 3 isotopes when the time comes. But I do have enough isotopes now to combine this, and I have a specific design for maximizing the number of citizens that work inside this factory, but I am going to need to give up some artifacts to unlock the spaceport. So right now I'm going to prioritize minerals. We'll turn off the isotope refining, although I am going to get this refiner working again. This is going to be purely for our isotopes. So it's going to be a little weird. We're going to be generating a lot of tier 2 minerals and trying to generate tier 3 isotopes, but there's a specific design behind that because the isotopes really exist to increase my net worth at this point. Whereas the minerals are going to build me my sort of my worker units. So I'll show you what I mean. First of all, we need to start with an energy bridge for the same reason that we need an energy bridge in the other areas. It needs to connect to the power grid, and then there's a relay. So we'll take a habitat pod. Now, habitat pods cost 4 construction units, and monetization stations cost 2. So this is basically something that tier 2 minerals were designed for. This will house 2 citizens. So we put sort of 1 habitat pod and flank it with 2 monetization stations. And then we still need to make sure everything's hooked up to the grid. So I now take 1 monetization station there. We are going to need to wait for more tier 2 resources. But you'll see fairly quickly how this setup properly works. There are a couple of other things I want to stick in here when I can, but I don't quite have the resources for it. Okay, so we don't have any tier 2 isotopes at the moment. What are my workers doing right now? Okay, they are up to productive things. I'm kind of mad whenever I see these things not being utilized. There's a bunch of productivity that should be happening that isn't. Okay, so we should be able to bring... Nope, we don't have enough spaces. Oh, but... So actually what I should be doing before anything else is putting in more habitat pods, because it's nice to have the space for the workers, but I actually need... Sorry, it's nice to have places for the workers to work, but I actually need to get the bodies on the planet first. So let's build a few more of those. Oop. Oh, actually, one thing I should also consider is what is it going to cost? Didn't mean to jump in. To upgrade the headquarters, it's 27, so... Ah, cool. So I'm going to need a new power source. I actually don't have an easy answer for where that's going to come. Probably... Actually, this is where it's going to come from. So I would have liked to save up for the artifact anomaly, but I need this space. Actually, technically I didn't, because I'll be getting this extra empty plot, but it's too late now. I still have use for minerals. Well, we knew that was coming. I am going to take the opportunity to put down another habitat pod, though. So again, prioritizing number of workers over increasing the number of workers over having places for them necessarily to work, because the places to work will just come as I add more bodies. But I do need to get really serious. So there's one more thing that I'm going to spend influence on, which is to actually get citizens here. Other than that, I am actually going to start extracting the artifact anomaly, because I need that sooner rather than later. I'm just trying to think if there's a way that we can... Oh yeah, there's no point in having this stuff up and running because we want to keep both Tier 2 and Tier 3. Why am I still generating... Okay, well. I'm not going to complain about generating Tier 3 isotopes. It's just a shame that we're draining our batteries the way that we are. So again, relays down, kind of laid the foundation for, okay, so flanked by both sides. Okay, it's as good as I'm going to get for the time being, but over time we are going to make some more minerals. Now, I suppose if I really consider it, the time has kind of come for a fuel turbine and eventually an energy plant. So the fuel turbine is going to cost 200 mineral CUs. There's really no way that I'm going to be able to work around it. So it's nice to imagine that I'm actually going to be able to fill all those pods, but I'm not. So it's better that I stop pretending. We're going to rearrange our production again. So we're going to turn on the mineral module. We're going to turn off the isotope. That's going to be true for everything. So it's going to be a pure focus on minerals. And at 25 a unit, we're going to want to generate 8. Oh, hang on. We already have more than enough. Thank you, past me, for being a little more sensible. Okay, so we're going to turn that off again. I do need at least one Tier 2 isotope. Okay, so our fuel turbine's on the way. We basically just need two isotopes. The energy plant requires 200, so actually we still need those Tier 3s. Actually, technically we don't, because I can generate power through other means. So I'll do a stopgap on floor 2. We'll do a large generator. Actually, no, if I recall correctly, we had a good power floor set up. We could do something like... I shouldn't try to get too fancy because this is mostly temporary. That's going to give us another 6. We do need more though, so Come on, guys. I really need you to give me my isotopes here. So notice that my fuel's draining. That's because the generator's been built, but not the energy bridge. So in a second, this is going to hook up to the overall grid. There we go. So now we're in a bit of a free fall for fuel. Now that is a little concerning, because if I don't get my tier 2 isotopes soon enough, I'm not going to wind up getting this fuel turbine, but I'm not too concerned about it. What I am concerned, though, is I've only got 4 days to be generating money, and I haven't really been building that infrastructure, so... I can never remember... I think I wind up putting relays in between all of them. So that's going to give us... Right now we have projected earnings of -32, but with the addition of more... with the addition to some more work slots, we should go into the black. And what I'm really looking to do is generate 1,000 credits. And specifically, I want to generate 1,000 credits so that I can build a defensive turret. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I have a few more habitats that I can build, but I want to focus on... boosting my workforce first. And we're sort of past the point where I can ignore credits. Okay. So fuel turbine coming online. So I don't want to mess with my minerals, but I do want the isotopes. I'm actually going to turn off the isotopes here for a little bit because I need those tier 2 minerals to finish the this factory here. So the big question, of course, is going to be whether or not this thing gets built in time. So we'll fast forward and take a look. I was going to say, I wonder if I'd bought a transport hub. I would be kicking myself if I did. Okay, we're probably going to run out. So some stuff, it's basically going to be some brownouts. Not great, but that will resolve itself in just a minute. Also, we now have the artifact anomaly. So that is tying up another worker. However, we don't have one working on the isotope slot anymore. However, by generating a lot of artifacts, I do need to be careful about my threat level, because I have a feeling it's going to go up quite a bit faster than I would normally expect. Oh yes, I forget. Fuel turbines, and it's both fuel turbines and generators take workers now. So there was no way we were going to get that fuel in time. We're all good now, though. In the meantime, I'm going to keep adding 3 and 3. Yeah. So now the rest is really just a question of adding all the monetization stations. Well, and the relays, but... Okay, as you can see, we've got plenty of fuel now. I'm going to make a bit of a reckless choice here. I do have some leftover tier 3s, so I'm going to add more to the power floor. Again, I don't think this is going to be a permanent solution, but you never know. And we've got in storage, I consider this kind of in storage, so we've got 28 isotopes in the background that we haven't used yet, so I think we're doing okay resource-wise. I would like to fill in whatever remaining slots I have in the... worker area. And the real aim here is, at this point, we want to be generating as much money as possible so I can start buying some new buildings. And why are you draining batteries? You should have lots of power. Okay, not quite sure what happened there, but we're back on track, so I won't question it. Okay, so yeah, at this point it's just a matter of filling in monetization stations so we can make some cash. We're generating 544, so basically every 2 days we'll be able to afford a new building. Now, of course, if it's every 2 days, we might as well just ignore it because we only have 3 days left on the contract. What I need to think about is whether or not I'm under threat from the rebels, and if I am, I need to find a good way to of dealing with them. So again, I'm still going to stay the course. I'm going to try and generate as much money as I can so I can try and get a smokestack to destroy waste. I don't actually think I need the power plant after all, because we have a surplus of 9. We might need it for the smokestack now that I think of it, but I think my next priority really should be a conversion building. So conversion capsule is 6, so as much as I hate using a tier 3, I'm going to do it. Because at the very least we can start converting these artifacts into workers and we can start getting stuff done faster. In the meantime, I should also be trying to get all the artifacts I can get my hands on. So let's start scouting out some more ruins. And at this point I want to be, again, because we've only got a couple days left on the scenario, I want to be trying to get the highest return per influence spent. So this means, you know, anything like I'm pretty sure that, like, so this is not a bad one, right? It's level 2, that gives me 3 artifacts. I'm pretty sure there was a level 2 that gave me 4 somewhere here. Yep, that's the one. Right, and we failed to pay our employees, so that'll change in a bit, but I don't get to make any more workers until then. So, we will continue to make monetization stations until we run out of resources. I think once I get a smokestack up and running, I should probably consider making a secondary line just for isotopes, because at this point we should really be turning a lot of this into added value. Generating 1,000 a day, so by the end of the scenario we should expect about 3,000 in the bank. That means I can technically buy 2 buildings, only one of which may be necessary. The garbage is kind of the big question mark. Overall, these ruins are kind of grim. Really just looking for artifacts at this point, and they're not really giving me anything. Yeah. This is really the best one. Okay, so if I can find a ship with 2 people on it, so much the better, but we're doing okay. We're doing okay for population. I do need to wait for the end of the workday before I can start converting some workers. Yeah, so we'll just wait on the 20 influence. that decision to, so especially given the fact that I bought an energy plant which I'm not actually using, that kind of came back to bite me, because right now I could be building a bunch of workers who'd be doing more productive things, and instead I'm waiting for this to finish. But that's just something for me to remember next time. Okay, I think, yeah, we only need one more monetization station and we're ready to go. Oh, but we're draining batteries again. Well, that's unlucky. It's actually particularly unlucky because I don't have a lot of space to put alternatives. Okay, so I do have a way around that. So as much as I would love to spend the money right now, I need to make sure that I pay my workers first. So I'm not going to spend any cash quite yet. I could turn off some of the monetization stations because we're technically not using all of them yet, but I don't think that's the right call. So we're kind of drowning in energy right now, so... There's in fuel right now, so... nuts. Okay, this isn't exactly how I wanted to spend these resources, but... Oh, and we're at the end of the workday, so I can start converting a bunch of workers. As you can see, we're just shy of what we needed to build, buy a new building, but them's the breaks. Oh, this is a good one. So one thing I'm debating about is whether or not I want to try and get higher isotopes for conversion, or if I should be pursuing artifacts. I think artifacts are the dominant choice, but I'm doubting myself a little bit. Okay, I'm hoping they do the same thing and move the appropriate waste. We'll see. Okay. Conversion's happening. I'm going to start trying to build the proper isotope production line, which is admittedly going to be a bit difficult because of what I've done. Ooh, yeah. The waste is really coming back to bite me. So we'll convert as much as we can. Again, we've got space for 17 workers. So that's almost double our workforce. And what that will mean is just everything gets done faster. I'm going to be generating more of those minerals, or those higher level minerals. We'll be clearing out the stuff. Stuff will be built faster, so on and so forth. So that's a pretty high priority. Good news is we've got most of the infrastructure in place for this stuff. It's really just a matter of kind of slotting it all in. You know what? I'll turn this stuff off for now, because I think it's probably better that I get the tier 2 stuff taken care of first, and then I can fill in the tier 3s later. Again, I'll slowly convert. I gotta keep a watchful eye on the waste receptacles, because if those get too full, then I can't build the rest of this stuff. This admittedly is overkill, but the plan is that I'm gonna have sort of another full line of this running before too long. So better to be over prepared in this particular case. So in principle, I can. Yeah, I'm going to be ready to start refining tier 2 resources. Or sorry, tier 2 isotopes is what I mean to say. But that does require tier 3 mineral, which I'm not quite in a position to... Well, you know what? Not this one, but... So the reason I'm doing this, this needs 10, so I need 1 tier 3, and then this needs 50, so I need 3 tier 3 mineral. Mineral units, which isn't... Like, that's not the hardest amount to get. I am becoming aware, though, that we're very quickly running out of power, so I am going to need to wind up building one of those generators. I've also been falling behind on my conversion caps. So, what's happening? I think the game might crash in a minute. Okay, I think this thing will... I think this thing will pick up... the autosaves come up really quickly in this. We're close to the end, so... let's see this thing through to the end. It's a little bit of a different approach than I've taken, but I really should compare this to the last time I've done a... I should mention this game still is in early access, by the way. Okay, what's going on here? I'm playing this on Epic, which is sometimes a little inscrutable as far... Oh, there we go. We should be loading up. I love the opening cinematic, but in the interest of time, I'm gonna skip.
Titan. Everyone comes...
I have no idea what provoked it, so... Despite the ever-present threat of death and mayhem, some people report that life aboard combat vessels is often not as grim as life on the ground on Titan. Okay. Yeah, so it's not... we're not that far off from what we used to have. Sorry, wrong spot. Okay, so we got what we needed there. They're getting ready to convert. This waste module is not really going to do all that much. But now again, I should highlight that with this generator right now, I'm not actually going... So this thing, I believe, requires 2. Yeah, so I'm not actually going to be able to cover a full production line on this thing. Which is why I think probably... I mean, it's a catch-22, right? In one sense, I want to have this going for tier 3 minerals, because then I'll be able to build the big energy generator. But I can't do that till I have the power to sustain my existing setup. So we'll make it work. I'm probably just going to wind up turning on and turning off a bunch of different devices. But we'll take isotope module here, employee module here, stick an output module on the end. Can afford the tier 2, so we'll stick it in there. Now I think the final version of the game isn't going to allow people to sort of extend their arms like Dalsum and add another... Oh, actually, this is one off. But right now it doesn't matter that you've blocked in certain areas, so I can add some extra modules if I want. Again, it doesn't really matter because they're just going to wind up spewing the garbage out on the ground anyway. Now that's not going to get built because it's currently blocked by garbage, so we do need to worry about our tier 2 there. We're also starting to run out of workers, so I kind of need to be careful about turning certain things on and off. We can probably spike this node. We'll turn this off for now. And once the workday starts in 4 hours, then we can start thinking about the cash that we'll generate and building a smokestack to deal with all this waste. But that is a... That's going to be something that comes up later. Oh, this is interesting. It's a lot of idle workers for a place where I feel like they should be doing more. I'm sure they're able to... I mean, they're obviously cleaning up. I'm really curious what they do, though. Well, surely they can trap... Yeah. I don't know what they're doing, but I'm pretty sure they're not eternally trapped. I mean, if I have to, I'll dismantle something so that I can let them out, but... okay. So, eventually I'd like to add a second employee module onto both of these, but they're not necessary at the moment. What is necessary, however, is a better generator. So we're going to turn on the tier 3 line. I am actually going to add another employee module to that one so we can get them done faster. And against my better judgment, I am going to build another set of waste receptacles. So this guy's just building stuff from the... Okay, yeah, so they're going to teleport out. That's fine. So I shouldn't bank on building waste modules for the next little while. We actually have just enough energy to run this line, which makes me reasonably happy. Okay, next up, I am going to want to build an energy plant before too long. That's going to require 200 mineral CUs, so we're back to needing 8 tier 3s, which I'm hoping my people will be able to handle without too much intervention. In the meantime, let's convert some more pops. And I think actually this is one of these cases where I can just fast forward, because we're really just waiting on that. We're either waiting on the conversion to happen or we're waiting on the money to build other things. Sorry, money or material resources. Plus, we get to see what conversion looks like. Okay, so we're halfway to our new generator. This is a big reason why I want a generator, right? Is we've got 5 idle workers that could be turning my resources into something more refined. And unfortunately, it's not happening. But we're 2 tier 3 minerals away from the magic moment. And in an hour, everybody will be working. And generating money. Okay, so I'll get my smokestack in a little bit so we can finally deal with these garbage carpets. Not that that's the highest priority right now. Highest priority is the energy plant. So energy plant, it's tier 2, should do the trick. This is going to take up a worker, but that's a worker well spent in my opinion. I'm cautiously optimistic that we won't need a turret to defend against the rebels, but we'll see. I am, however, going to buy a smokestack. So my preference would be to put it as far away from Factory 4 as possible, but I am a little constrained by reality. This, unfortunately, is the most likely place for it, so I don't have to build a relay. Actually, that's not entirely true. I could spend... You know what, that does seem like a worthwhile purchase. I'll have to do. So I gotta build up my resources again, but we're already on the way to the 100, so it'd be nice if I could get trucks running to and from it. That's gonna be another expense, and maybe we just have a big line of workers do that instead. I'm not sure. Actually, you know what? Minerals are relatively cheap, so... And we're sitting on quite a few influence, so let's go artifact shopping. I think we've got all the really good ones. I think it's 1s and 2s for the rest of the... I won't say the rest of the game because we are probably going to get an upgrade in... Oh, there's a 3. Okay, so that's going to sort of boost our artifacts a bit. Another nice thing, too, is that I will free up some room on floor 4. So these things are eating 2 fuel apiece, so let's dismantle 2 of these. And then for our smokestack, now the smokestack's to get rid of all of the pollution, or all the garbage, so we'll stick one of those there. Actually, that's the dumb place to put it. The smart place is on the existing... I don't have that slot. Alright. I need to wait a few ticks. Okay, this is still killing my fuel. Oh, nope, I just need to wait. I need to be a little more patient. I'm a little worried about the number of citizens I have. I'd prefer to get those 5 slots filled up, but again, it's not quite a hair on fire situation yet. Okay, smokestack down. Again, it's a really tough call with this rebel threat. So the thing is that if I don't build the infrastructure for defense, the rebels are going to clobber me. But if I do build the infrastructure for defense, those are resources that could be going into making my enterprise more valuable. And are... Oh, I've got... No, I don't have enough space. Yeah, I don't have enough living space. They're lying to me. And I'm really not sure if we're going to generate enough rebel threat. I mean, maybe one answer is to wait until I have enough cash for both, and buy it then. Because I can get everybody to just sort of hand carry all the upgrades. I am going to turn off the mineral side of things for a little bit because I want to finish this production line. Actually, there's nothing really stopping me from just turning this all on anyway, so... Oh, yes, there is. I haven't given it power yet. Yeah, I gotta stick it on both ends. So I should have built the relay before I built the employee module, but that's life. Alright, the ever-important smokestack is ready to go. You know what, they're handling cleanup pretty well on their own. So again, my preference would be to take the credit. Actually, I should spend this money before the end of the workday. That's because I'm going to have to pay my workers. So I just made 500 by... I'm not going to be able to convert more workers, but that probably wasn't going to happen anytime soon. We need 108 to be able to upgrade to a Tier 3 headquarters. We've got 2 days left, so there is kind of a question as to whether or not it's worth it. I mean, it's sort of worth it in the sense that, you know, it would be good to have more workers running around and doing things, and they do increase the overall value of the enterprise. But for the moment, I think I can live without. And you know what? What was I trying to do with the tier? I guess I was gonna put waste receptacles in. Yeah, it will help me with waste management. with all of this on, we're fine. So we'll dismantle this generator. And we have enough to add to our smokestack. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. So pollution does generate a penalty for you, but I kind of need to get as much of the... I kind of need to get as much of this garbage cleaned up and out of the way as I can, because it's really getting in the way of work. And if I do particularly well, we'll have a big stack of isotopes and minerals and all of that. I think right now we want to just try and raise the value of the Enterprise, but not so much that the rebels want to take us out. I probably made the wrong call, by the way. I suspect I'm probably going to need defensive mechanisms. Actually, one slightly devious thing that I can do now that we're freeing up a little more space is to build more conversion capsules. Okay. So I'm just going to connect these two so it's a little more efficient. And we can't quite afford a transport hub. So I think the plan with the transport hub will be to build it and then dismantle it as soon as possible. Like we use it to transport out our garbage and then we just ditch it. Again, I shouldn't have stiffed the workers because now I want to convert them. I can't, but... This is going to be a little bit of a chore to try and link up the roads. Well, looks like we're doing okay. Yeah, one short. There we go. And as always, we hunt for any additional artifacts that we can raise our value with. Really, we're battery draining again. I didn't think transport hubs were that energy intensive. Well, that's inconvenient. I guess this means I need to build my 2 medium generators again, except that I just totally got rid of the space. Ah, you know what? I can build that large generator. Not ideal, but it does the trick. What does surprise me, though, is there should be like a big string of trucks moving to and from this thing. Do I let what will happen, or do I try and intervene with the battery? It's too late. So obviously I was premature getting rid of that, but we're back on track. So the biggest thing I want right now is just, workers constantly loading up on resources. In fact, what I will do, I'm going to build a large storage container. That's a medium. I'll build a large storage container so they can just keep stacking up the minerals and isotopes. This will probably wind up filled with garbage for a bit, but the hope is that... Okay, now this is weirding me out. The fact that I've got a smokestack, but absolutely no waste being handled. Okay, so what are my workers up to? 6 on processing, 2 on cleanup. I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, so really I need more workers. But until I pay them, that's not happening. So I think we just sit and wait. In the meantime, we've got 40 influence to kick around, so we'll grab the last few artifacts I can get my hands on. There is actually kind of an open question as to whether or not I can... Oh, how did I miss this one? Okay. If I've got a day and a day and a bit, basically, I may actually wind up eating up all these ruins, and then, I won't be sure what to... Why are they walking the garbage there if... I think they got rid of the option to switch between trucks. I think trucks are now the default option, but for some reason they're not bothering to do that. It's not a huge deal. How are we doing? Okay, so if I want to upgrade my headquarters, I can. That might take down all my power. I suppose the question is it worth it? Yes, it is, because it gives me additional information. It also gives me additional room for workers. It's not a decision I'll make all the time, but I think that one might have actually been worth it. We're up to 1K, although again, projected earnings 534, so I need to decide if I want workers or if I want... Oh, that is upsetting. Wait, why is the work... Oh, yeah. We potentially could have got some more workers there, but spaceport storage was a problem, and then our power went down. But yeah, I'm gonna work on the assumption that I want to maximize workers, and so I will not build the defensive structures. What I will do instead is upgrade my headquarters one more time. Now we get to see everything in our immediate area. This might give me some better artifacts to pick up, and we'll just kind of run through to the end. I mean, cash-wise, why not buy more trucks? And seeing as I did actually pay my workers this time... Oh yeah, this is going to wind up... this is actually going to be a little inconvenient because these things do have energy costs. So I'll try and max them out, and then we'll dismantle them for the energy. We've got 20, so where was that? 3 artifacts right there. I'm pretty sure they're going to attack us before the end. I'm obviously being very stubborn about this, but we're kind of committed to it at this point. Like, unless we wind up with 1,000 cash, by the time they attack, like we're going to be defenseless. It's a risk, but it's, I don't know. It's one I'm willing to take on. I think it'll probably mean that I lose though. But it'll be a learning experience. You know, I think I'll go for broke. Let's add as many conversion capsules as we can get away with. Third floor is probably a bit much. So we're going to be up to 28 workers. We're going to be over the cap, but there doesn't seem to be a penalty for having too many workers. So we are short on civilians for employment. What's the deal here? Can't support more employees. Oh, because they're going to be converting. So we'll get rid of all of these conversion capsules because they're an energy drain. We won't be able to get any more workers after this point, so... Ooh, yeah, that number's getting scary high. Oh, we are clogged with garbage. Oh. Very tricky. So I actually need to make cleaning up a priority, or I'm going to run out of energy. It breaks my heart to do it, but I'm going to turn off the mineral production line. One nice side effect of that is going to be that my... How is that possible? Oh wait, no, the numbers catch up. Yeah, this is a temporary measure. It does free up 2 additional workers, but it's really just so that I can get... I need to clear the logjam. So basically there's no more space in this area. So essentially I need to get a cleanup crew helping out up here. So we're gonna go fast forward again. I need to find a way of like lowering my net worth. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play chicken with the rebel threat meter for a little while. And then at sort of the last possible second, I'm going to extract a whole bunch of artifacts. I mean, part of that I'm just forced to do because of the garbage. Yeah, so that's slowly ticking up, but I don't think it's going to be a catastrophe. I'm also going to guess, however, that the second floor is not a very high priority. So if I can get a tier 2 mineral... Oh yeah, actually that's an important thing. So maybe we'll do... dedicated worker for each of these things. It's just so I can build a waste receptacle. That will probably clear out most of the issue. The reason I'm not going to do a tier 3 waste receptacle is simply because If oh, there we go. Okay. So we're 20 hours left. Workday's just started. So the real goal here is going to be, all of this is about maximizing the value. So ideally, any impediments to module, actually, well, processing's already kind of at the top level. No, I think what we are going to do though is dedicated worker for every stage of the production process. Interesting. We don't have workers available for this employee module? I don't believe that. Oh, it's because I haven't turned this thing on yet. But yeah, we're generating enough energy. In fact, we might be able to get a little extra. Why are you standing still? There's so obviously I don't think I've seen a single truck. Yeah, it's been used exactly once. Well, I mean, with that in mind, you know what, let's cancel that. Just in case they do actually use it. That's weird they're not using them, though. Oh, interesting. So we only have like 4 people dedicated to cleanup now because I've dedicated people to resource. So hang on, if I've got 14 idle workers, I clearly have more than 5 cleanup jobs. Oh, it's because we don't have waste receptacles. Oh, Jesus, and we're out of... Oh man, I did not think this through at all. We're out of tier 1 minerals, and we've probably been out of them for a while. Okay, so we're gonna shut down these lines for a bit. 18 hours left. Okay, I'm gonna take a big risk doing this, but I'm gonna prioritize first on artifacts. Got 34 left. If I can, minerals and isotopes. I'm pretty sure that's going to push me into a rebel attack, though. So we should be back to tier 1 and tier 2 minerals before too long. I'm just trying to think about the ways we can get influence, but I didn't unlock the council, so... Or the trading with the council, so... Should give him something to think about. I'll wait till we're at 20 because where was that? 3. This is a pretty good one. Yeah, I don't know. I think we'll we'll swing for the fences on the artifacts. So at this point, we're just gonna kind of sit and... It's more or less gonna be sitting and watching. I could cash in... I mean, I gotta make the decision now, basically. Because they're gonna clean me out. Well, if they're gonna clean me out, easy answer. Where's that? There you go. I'm not gonna have the cash anyway, right? So I might as well have the option of building a turret if I feel threatened. Which I just secured for myself. This will go down to 0 and I won't be able to convert any more employees, but that's not a problem, really. But yeah, so at this point here, we're just using whatever influence we have left to grab as many artifacts as we can. The transport hub probably wasn't a good idea. It seems like, for whatever reason, the workers feel like it's more efficient to walk it. Which I don't actually follow, because there's no way that can be a smaller number of tiles. It might be the fact that they can move diagonally, but I think that's still it's a pretty long walk. I'm also debating on trying to get, like, just the simple mineral and artifact, or sorry, mineral and isotope ruins. I don't think I have any 10s of those. Well, this one, but it's like 3 and 3. Well, 3 and 3 is not nothing. Ten and 3 probably would have been better, though. I should probably pick what my last few artifacts are going to be. Okay, so one just above the base. I'm going to wait till we're at 20. So if I can get away with a 20, I will take... Oh, never mind. Okay, so if I can get away with a 20, I'll take this one, and if I need a 10, I'll take this one. And again, it just depends on the number of hours we have left. I suspect I'm probably going to need to snag these ruins, but... we'll see how it all works out. There may be some wisdom in trying to make some batteries as well. It's a really tough call to say whether or not I'm going to have enough for the 20 or the 10. The absolute number of artifacts are going to be what matters, not the amount that I spent per influence. Now we should be able to get the 20. Actually, we may be able to get both. And we seem to be getting a lot of tier 1 mineral... Oh, because it's going immediately. Okay, I'll turn this one off for a little bit. This is a little silly of me, but the reasoning will be apparent shortly. Although I think I did this a little too late for it to matter. Okay, so... Oop, not that one. So if after 3 hours we've got 10 influence, I'll grab this one as well. But this should be... This should be good, and we should also be able to take this last ruins. I'm not sure if this is the actual final count or if there's a further adjustment that gets made, because it really doesn't feel like this net worth has been adjusted by our artifacts, which clearly we went pretty hard on. Also, I'm not going to be getting any isotopes, so let's just turn off the isotope production line. Gives me more people to work on cleanup. Okay. And then we can add a couple of fuel. Yeah. A couple of fuel tanks. I think just one more. I don't think there's anything else upstairs that I really need. Guess I could dismantle the generators. Oh, I need to make my... Nope, we're fine. Yeah, I mean, I guess depending on how long we... you know, it's probably not worth... Probably not worth messing around with that too much. So... I want to fill up my fuel, so let's turn off these generators for now. We got 2 hours of generating a fuel surplus. Well, technically an everything surplus, but we care about the fuel. We're at 7, so I'm going to have to be pretty itchy with the trigger finger on this one, but I think we can get... I don't think we're going to get it, actually, but... We'll see. We got a worker on it. And we're at full fuel, so I'll turn these back on. Let's go back to the factory and make as many more tier 3s as we can manage. So at this point here, we've got a stack of tier 1s, a stack of tier 2s. We managed to achieve our goal with the isotopes. Oh, I think that's it. Cool. Seems you were a good investment for us all, after all. Well done. Okay, so our total amount, 537,141,376. So it does seem like the artifacts were already accounted for. We wound up with 49. So 49 artifacts, 88 million. If you compare that with employees, 28 for 151. I admit that that is not the easiest math to do in your head, but, well, actually, I have a calculator in front of me, so... the value per employee translates to 5.4 million, whereas artifacts translate to 1.8. What? That's changed. Artifacts are worth a lot less than they used to be. So apparently, artifacts are now worth 1.8 million, which means employees are... That can't be right. Wow, okay. I am definitely doing this different next time. Yeah, so I was under the impression that artifacts were worth more than employees, and that basically employees would give you a small discount for... Okay, cool. Something for me to keep in mind for future. Yeah, so that actually gives me a lot more reasons to upgrade my headquarters and build a lot of conversion centers and whatnot. I am the only one. I think I am the only one always for me, but yeah. That was time contract mode. I actually quite like this mode. It's a very different way of playing for me, but I think the base game is kind of where my heart lies. But I am well and truly done. I am now 2.5 hours past what I was done. Thank you very much, the Rain Dog. If you're still around, thank you very much for the raid. Clever Time, I don't know if I ever actually said hi to you, but I appreciate you stopping by as well. Cormoran Strike, I hope this was better than what you were expecting the raid would be, but I gotta get out of here. And I did say that I was gonna raid Night Valiant. Night Valiant, it actually turns out that IntelliGame pretty much went offline as soon as I said I was potentially going to host him. So I will send you off to Night Valian 28, who is currently playing the Forgotten City. And I appreciate all of you who stuck around with me for the rest of the evening. You definitely made it worthwhile. And no problem, the Rain Dog. I appreciate you sticking around to the end, because I will admit, when I get rushed on Industries of Titan, I do not explain the game very well. But I do have a YouTube video that explains it a bit better. But I hope that gave you an idea about whether or not that was something you'd be interested in or not. When you asked about the puzzle game, I kind of feel like the factory component is the closest thing to a puzzle, but the management side is kind of where the heart is, although the time contract is obviously a little bit different. Anyways, thank you everyone. Have a good night, and please treat Night Valian well. I'll see some of you on Friday for Darkest Dungeon, and for those of you that like Brace Yourself stuff, we'll be playing Industries of Titan next week.